Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wobbleville. Welcome back to one more Armada Monday with our Galactica ships. And, well, we've got ourselves a big one. Now, it's not necessarily longer because I can only print these so long, but it's beefy. It is really, really massive. You can kind of tell this is the one that we did last week. This is Battlestar Titan. No, this is Battlestar Hades right here. This is listed as a Kobol class assault ship. Hey there, Landrast. So yeah, those. Did you see the gate of Gondor behind the that Imperial barracks there, Landrast? Yeah, that's what I'm printing out now. The gate of Gondor. So I've got basically the entire gate printed out. Now I'm printing out the walls. Okay, so of course that's happening. No idea why. Is that any better? No, that's probably no good. There was a stupid update, so of course that's got to mess everything up. Let me try this again. Is that any better? Hopefully that does not have an echo anymore. Yeah, so somehow it's screwed up everything. Okay, so is it? I don't know why it undid what I did. Let's try this. How is that? Yeah, I don't know. For some reason it turned off what I did. Now it's no good. So no sound here either. Okay, that I guess that has sound somehow. Oh yeah. So that other thing, that's my I'll be back screen. Yeah, Camden, we almost had some very strong isms right there. Because of course there was an update, which that means it has to destroy everything that you had set, right, Camden? Oh, that's right, Camden. You're gonna love updates as a Twitch streamer. It'll be your favorite time of every single month. Kind of like, if you were to get, say, hit in the head with a brick like 20 times. So yeah, I'm not surprised the wizard has no sound, because that's basically my I'll be back screen. Hey there, Doji. We're just about to get underway here. We are gonna do our drawbrishy stuff on this first. So great to see you there, Doji. So yeah, Cam, you're gonna absolutely love it because every time there's an update, everything you did on Streamlabs gets destroyed, and it's different every single time. So you're again just. I was hoping that would inspire you to look forward to every single update. In fact, Camden, you're gonna love them so much, you'll just do like extra updates that you don't need to do because you will love it that much. That is the level that you're gonna love updates. Yeah, just you're gonna enjoy it so much. You're just gonna be like, wow, I need to keep doing that every single day. I really need to have every setting that I've tried to work on in every scene get completely messed up. Because, why not? So great to see you there, Doji. So yeah, the wizard thing, that's supposed to be my new kind of I'll be back screen. So I'm not surprised there's no microphone on that. Because, well, there wasn't supposed to be. Because, well, I'm not here. So there shouldn't be any sound. And if there is, that means there's somebody else in here doing the broadcast for me, which, I mean, hey, I would get some more sleep then, right, Armored Wolf? Landrast, it's all in Streamlabs. It's all in Streamlabs, and it screws up. I mean, it'll literally select a microphone that doesn't exist. Like, there is no microphone. It would be basically Landrast. It would be like, okay, you did an update, and your printer, instead of, well, being part of your network, it's basically got the neighbor's refrigerator, which also is not internet enabled. Like it's not a Bluetooth refrigerator or anything like that, but somehow your printer is now linked to the neighbor's refrigerator. That's basically what happens in every single update with Streamlabs. Because on a scale of 1 to 10, you give everybody pretty much gives Streamlabs like a -50, and the thing is, there's the other stuff gets like a -200. So you're kind of stuck, right, Camja? Because OBS doesn't work any better. To me, it worked way worse, and it was even less intuitive than Slobs was. I don't have HBO there, Landrast, but I wouldn't be surprised if that something like that was in a TV show. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, right? Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen anything on that. Like I think I've got. I'm sure most of the people that I know actually have that. Then I don't think I've ever seen anything on there when I was at their house. Now we're just doing the dry brushy stuff here, like usual. Man, look at all this stuff on here. This right now, so far, this is the heaviest of all the ships. I mean, it is massive, it is heavy, and then there is no printing this thing in pieces. There is no hollowing this thing out. There, it just is, right, Camda? You just kind of live with it. Now, so Landress, what kind of a movie were you fixing to see this week? Here, let's do this. Doji, I don't know if you wanted to share something. Same thing there, Camda. I mean, there's folks watching, but maybe save, maybe not do that just yet. Maybe give yourself a few more minutes. I know that you're working there, Doji, so you probably aren't going to be able to stick around too long. But okay, now there's not going to be any microphone, so I'm not going to talk. But this is going to be the new "I'll be back" screen. Now, what I was not expecting there was for all of the Wapelius figures to be moving. It was only supposed to be, obviously, the main figure. And then that was done in Skynet. And next thing I know, everybody's moving. I'm like, whoa. So I showed it to Recoil, and Recoil actually really liked that. So we kept that. Hey there, Artemico. Artemico, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? I know you got stuffs to share. Again, Doji, you want to share anything? Camda, please feel like you can do that. So you can see this a little bit different, right? There's no pin there. Look at this. See that big old hole? This whole thing is going in there because I was like, that is too heavy. Yeah. Go ahead and do that, Doji, for sure. Doji, I think I sent you pictures of the peppers that came out, right? Yeah, there's actual peppers now on those plants, and I mean by actual peppers, they're bigger than this, and some of them already have a little bit of tinge of purple on them, which that's good because that's the purple heirloom peppers. So that's something we actually want to see is something like that. Now let's do a little more. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Artemichael shared. Also the Instagram link that Doji shared. Give those a look-see for sure. Let me do this right here. Now, hey Landress, did you see the new video? That should have been up this afternoon, I think. Oh, and Landress, did you do the like that reddish orange stuff on the gold like we were talking about on the Smurfs there? I think that would kind of be the last little bit on there. And that's kind of standard operating procedure, right? To add that little bit of like actually Terra Rosa mixed with Indian yellow, even dioxazine slash Egyptian violet, and Indian yellow is good. Makes a nice amber color. Asphaltum too, there, Landrast. I mean, I know you got all that stuff, so now Landrast, you've been oh gosh, it's been the Gamblin ultramarine blue, right, that you've been using. It can't be the Windsor New. Now that you would like that even less than the Williamsburg stuff, Landrast. Yeah, so I think the Gamlin is a nice alternative for you. Now this here, this is genuine Puro Orange Camda, and that's the real deal right there. That's the real McCoy. That's what we roll with here. Come on, there we go. There we are. So I tried to animate the Wapelius Spellbrush juggling the flaming chainsaws. It actually looked really fantastic because the little critters on the either side of them, they were actually like tracking you know, the wizard, and the wizard actually was, it's like he was talking to him. It looked kind of neat, except he wasn't juggling the chainsaws. In the first one, the chainsaws basically didn't move, not helpful. And then the other one, it like just added more chainsaws. So you would have had that scene also. But again, the Wapelius wizard, that's just going to be the Albi back screen, so that's why there's no microphone there. Now, should I? Yeah. Let's do that. Let's just get the yellow in here now. Let's do that. More of that here, and then more of that down here. Boom, like so. There's definitely no cobalt teal. We're using the Alkyd, whatchamacallit there. The cobalt teal Camda would sure be, it would definitely be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, it's got some chops to it, right, Camda, that cobalt teal bluish? Actually, Camda, I wonder, I don't know if I've ever actually had a chance to mix the cobalt teal bluish with Severus blue. Were we talking about that, Camda? That particular combo there of the cobalt teal bluish mixed with Severus blue? I could swear that we were. It would be energetic to say the least. Pretty opaque, too, and pretty darn opaque, I would say. Alright. I'm going to get me a new piece of paper towel here to mess around with. I'm going to go with a little thinner on this. A little, not much, just a little. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm going to get me a little bit of the white into this too. Come on. There we go. So again, Doji, those were looking really good. Oh, Landrest, I'm going to send you a picture of this. I mean, it was some kind of Imperial 40K. It was a transport. Now, I don't know if it's pre-heresy or whatever, but I'll send you. Well, I'm going to try and get this thing put together, Landrest, because I want to do a new vehicles workshop series with it. But I want to use the GPT to create all kinds of freehand. So I've got to decide, okay, what chapter is this going to be? And then I realized, well, I also need to determine, is this like a 30K thing or is it a 40K thing? Essentially, because it doesn't have the usual shape. It's kind of like one of those exaggerated land raiders. So, I mean, it's kind of like a giant version of this, basically. How's about we welcome in darling Creepshow? How you doing there, Creepshow? Everybody, please give darling Creepshow a follow. So, Creepshow, that was looking really fabulous on stream. Now, Creepshow, you did not Nova Open, that's coming up, but you did with the capital palette there. Oh, no, that is yeah, that is Nova Open. Hey there, Hero Zone, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Tomaton and Diadems. Welcome in. I know you've seen these before, Creepshow. We're doing another one of our Galactica ships. So this is a Kobol class assault ship. Last week, this is Battlestar Hades, and you can kind of see. Looky here, we're doing our little spacegate backdrop there. Hey there, Kagome's Fury. Kago, actually, everybody please give Kagome's Fury a follow. Darling Creepshow, Hero Zone. So, Darling Creepshow, if there's any pictures you got, or any great successes from, say, Capital Palette at Nova, there, please go ahead and share that. And again, everybody give Darling Creepshow a follow. Now, our last couple of streams, the Friday, Saturday streams, in fact, we were painting these. So these are the brand new figures from Warcrow right here, from Corvus Belly, some Warg Riders. So we did these two guys with the oils, like always. And now, oh, Creepshow, I have to get you one of these. If you get me your email or something like that, Creepshow, I can get you one of the new Wapelius Spellbrush STLs right here. So yeah, this is something for hopefully for late October. We have kind of a big little celebration. Oh, same thing there, Kago. Shoot me an email if you want the Wapelius Spellbrush figure there. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Darling Creepshow just posted. I think we painted this. Was this 2 weeks ago? I think. Yeah, something like 2 weeks ago. Again, here's some more of our Galactica style ships. So that is the a Ranger class battleship right there. And then here is, oh, look at this, Galactica Actual. So that's the original Battlestar Galactica. And again, this is what we're doing with our base right here. Well, yeah, an email or something like that, Kagome's Fury, because, well, actually, yeah, uh, unfortunately, it's too big to fit. And just like say, I could just, like these, I could do an email with, right? All of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. But the Wapelius Spellbrush figure and stuff, those are just too big. So it's gonna have to be like a Google Drive or Dropbox. I can't. It'd probably be Dropbox because I think I actually have more space on Dropbox. So yeah, it would be a Dropbox kind of a thing. But it would be something that you should be able to just use the free version of it to be able to, to load that up. So yeah. But that's the new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. There will be more of those. That was just a test. I did that with Eldritch Foundry right here. So there's the new Wapelius Spellbrush right there. Thanks, Keiko. Appreciate that. So again, everybody please give Darling Creepshow a follow. And let's see, is Kentucky Fried Creature in there too? I was looking for Kentucky Fried. I didn't see Kentucky Fried Creature yet. Usually they're involved in these raids here. So again, thank you so much for the raid, Darling Creepshow. And again, now, Kagome's Fury, did you get a chance to share your stuff there? Please go ahead and do that, of course. So again, we're starting to add our darker stuff here to our little spacescape. Oh, speaking of spacescapes. Well, we added more. We added more of these. I think this, yeah, goes this way. So this was our last Thursday, and this is the first time we actually included a landscape in our spacescapes. So this is where we take one kind of just quickie little airbrush thing, and then we add all kinds of stuff to it, like the clouds and the planetoids and the fingers of creation over here. So this is what we've been doing the last couple of weeks. Well, actually, we've been doing these every week since Gen Con. Hey there, Bearded Celt. Nice to see you. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. And everybody, please give Bearded Celt a follow. Hey, Bearded Celt, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? Why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? And thank you so much for the raid, Bearded Celt. Appreciate that. Well, Bearded Celt, hopefully here you can just kind of have some chill out time. This is the chill out place, right, Bearded Celt? It's all about chill. It's all about the happies. So let's have some happies here for Bearded Celt. Happies in the chat for there you go. See, Camda's got happies in the chat for Bearded Celt. And Hero Zone, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Hero Zone, were you streaming already tonight? And of course, Hero Zone here is hoping everything's been going really good for you. I know that you've been working really hard to make all the adjustments and everything like that. And of course, Hero Zone again. You want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. Everybody give Hero Zone a follow because Hero Zone also does the streaming stuff. Camda Paints also does the streaming stuff. Camda streams the oils. So everybody please give Camda Paints a follow while you're also at it there. That's good, Keiko. That's good. So again, we're just see we're using our little blending brush here. Look at how that just softens up softens up everything. Hashtag no layers with the oils, right? Hashtag no layers. None of those. We don't want to see those. So Hero Zone already streamed today. And again, Hero Zone, do you want to share anything in the chat? Like always, please feel like you can do that. And again, everybody check out the links to Cam to post it, Arta Michael, Doji as well. Let me hit this again. Some more of our lighter cloud stuff here. Again, what we're waiting for, you want this to set a little bit. We're going to get this thing stuck on here. Then we'll do our darker glazy things. That's what we always do. We'll do our darker glazy stuff. And then we'll start doing the mid-tone stuff. Then we'll start, then it's all about Aztecing and panel lines for the next several hours, right, Camda? A whole bunch of Aztecing and a whole bunch of panel lines all over the place. No. There we go. We need some more of our lighter yellow stuff down in here. So again, we're just kind of picking the highlight edges of our little clouds, and so you can see it's starting to look an awful lot like our previous one there. Oh, let's put a little bit more of our white into that. Let's roll with this also a bit thinner. We're using oil paints here, mostly Winsor Newton, Gamblin, Paul Rubens, Williamsburg. It's all out there. We got them all out there. Well, that's I'm not going to jinx anything there, Kagomi's Fury. Not going to jinx anything. Kagomi's Fury, take a look. You can claim vengeance on the autocorrect monster there, Kagomi's Fury, because I know you got chat points to spend. Take a look at the autocorrect monster there. You can take vengeance now. Bearded Celt, you can use one after the other, as in the oil's dried, then you use acrylics. Obviously, the acrylics are going to be dried, then you can use the oils after they're dry. Simultaneous, no. but one after the other is that's totally fine. Again, all that matters is that, well, they're both dry. As long as they're both dry, you can pretty much do whatever's you want. Ah, here you go, Kagome's Fury. So there he is. Again, you can claim vengeance on the autocorrect monster. He likes to lurk in the dark shadows and the dark corners, right? What he doesn't like to be is exposed to the light of day. So there you go, Kagome's Fury. Anytime he unjustly modifies your posts, once again, you can expose the autocorrect monster to the light of day. Yeah, Bearded Celt, a little bit at a time. No need to rush. Because you want it to be a fun thing, right, Bearded Celt? You don't want it to be frustrating or anything like that. Because it's you want it to be as fun as possible. And kind of zooming into it, right, that makes it less fun. We want it to be as fun as it can possibly be. Let me just do a little. There we go. Let's expand this a little more that way and that way, and then we'll take a blending brush of some kind. I'm just going to use another one of these. And there we go. So it's the same sort of thing, again, that we do in our spacescapes here. You can see it right there. So that's what we were just doing now. Do we have any? Yeah. Oh, there you go. You can see it right there as well. Now, again, this coming Thursday, what I want to do is a space landscape where it's got some water or ice here, and we reflect the sky down in the water. So that is one of the things we want to do for this Thursday's stream here. Hey there, Recoil. So Recoil, I got a surprise for you. I got a surprise for you, Recoil. Check this out. Hey, Velfera. So there you go. And I think we should still have our microphone with us. So yeah, I made it more horizontal in format there. Yeah. There's also the Wampelville Sports Network, I think. Now this won't have any sound, but this is going to be my new I'll Be Back screen. So yeah, that's my new I'll Be Back screen right there. Now, of course, Kagomi's here. You know that we enjoy our Aussie Rules football, and see, we have the Wampelville Sports Network. There really is. Yeah, look at this. There's the Wampelville Sports Network. And of course, there's your APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. And in first place, you see Swampton, the Swampton Crocs, followed very closely by their arch rivals, the Barton Barristers. So there is the Wampelville Sports Network. Oh, also Kagomi's Fury. There's a new, if I can find it, there's a new. Oh gosh, well, let me move these things out of the way. There's some new Book of Wapple stuff, and there is also the Linseed Pyramid. Yes, the Linseed Pyramid. So yeah, Camda, I think I might have sent you. I sent you the animation, right? Now, Recoil. I don't know what was going on with the swords. Actually, Recoil, would you want me to send you the adjusted graphic? Because you can see I extended it out. It basically put more of the little dudes there, Recoil. And it did a really good job on those, right? The little guys. Here, we're just going to do some spatter stars for Spatter Star Galactica here. Look at that. Spatter Star Galactica. Alright, that's it. No more. Hey there, Bane. How you doing? Well, you could probably fit a lot of kobolds in on here, Bane. You could probably fit tons of them in there. Now, I do believe... Now, let me see if I can find this here. I just want to make sure we've got our new one here somewhere. Okay, so that's probably maybe up here. Let me keep on scrolling. I thought I had it down by the new one, but I guess it's still all the way up here. Let me keep on scrolling here. Is that There it is. There's the linseed pyramid, Kagomi's Fury. Look at all those guys. They're working very hard. They're working really hard on the linseed pyramid. So that's a new thing there. And then of course again we have our readings from the Book of Wapol and such too. So they're very hard at work creating the new linseed pyramid. Okay, where are we at here? 1 second. Nope, we're still not there. Now we're there. So again, now we've got our spatter stars there. What are we going to do? We're going to try and get this baby glued on there. So we're going to take our glue here. We got our green stuff, which, well, it's not green yet. It's not green till we mix it together here. Hey there, Michael. How you doing? Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Michael, why don't you share some stuff in chat there? I know you got plenty. Everybody give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Some sensational minis there. So what we do is we put glue, then green stuff, then glue. So we're going to have glue here, glue on the Kobol class assault ship. And what this is going to do is it also flash cures your green stuff. Because when you subject green stuff to moisture, what happens? It kind of crystallizes, right? So that is one of the things that happens here. When you got tricksy parts that there's no way you can pin them or something like that, glue green stuff, glue. That is the way. That is the way. So here we are going to get ourselves some glue on here. We don't want it too much. So there's some glue there. And now we're going to get ourselves some green stuff on top of that, like you do. So we see we got ourselves a little bit of green stuff there. And now we're going to try and do some more glue. Yeah, not too much. Don't want to go too bonkers with it. Because otherwise, you might be sitting there hanging on to this thing for about 3 hours. We don't want to do that. So there you go. We have achieved contact with the massive Kobol class assault ship. We now have contact there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Michael Paints Minis just shared. So Michael, we found that out the hard way when I believe. Oh, that's right, Michael. Yeah, I was. Well, obviously with green stuff, what do you typically use to keep your tool from, sticking to the green stuff? Well, you put some water on there, and when the water hit the super glue, it quite literally turned into these weird crystals, which was unfortunate because that kind of ruined things. So that was a hard lesson learned there, Michael. Was that crystallizes the super glue, or crystallizes the glue. So, and again, what green stuff has some water in it, right? Because if you just mix it with no water in your hands, it's all just going to, it's going to be a mess, right? It's gonna stick to your hands, and it's not gonna go onto whatever it is you want to stick it onto. Yeah, well, they kind of both crystallize each other there. And again, because the green stuff has the moisture in it. Now, I just realized I'm not going to use this. Look at all those little mica flakes. So this is what I was using for the Necron video last night. So we're going to get ourselves a new one here, minus the little bits of FDM stuff. And what we're going to do is going to mix ourselves a little bit of a darker glaze thing, because you can see the difference right here in our two ships there. Yeah, Michael, it's kind of crazy how it does that, right? It's really weird. Now let's get ourselves some of our Payne's gray, some Mars black. And now here's the most fascinating part of the stream. Look at this. We're just going to mix paint, because that again, this is the most riveting thing you're going to see over the next 5 hours right here. Is this right here. And we're just breaking this stuff down. And then what we're going to do is we're going to drop this in a lot of our recess areas. And then as that sets, we're going to start putting in all the Aztecing. Now, here is the location where we're going to be putting a lot of that back along here. And then it's Paneline Galactica time, right, right, Camda? So, Veilfair, I hope that you're doing good. Veilfair, I think I sent you pictures. If I haven't, I'll send you pictures of some of the new printed stuff. There'll be more to show you tomorrow. So, again, I'm working on basically the gate of Gondor. Well, now it's the wall of Gondor. It's not just the gate anymore. Now it's the wall, too. There we go. Now you can see we're just going to drop this in like so. I wonder, that could be glowing. All right, so let's. I'm gonna change that. I want that to actually be glowing. So we're calling an audible there. This is the Wampelville Sports Network after all. Boy, oh boy, look at all these little turrets over here. Wow, that just went right down there. A true pinline wash. Look at that. That is a true pinline wash for sure. So I hope that Rhonda's doing good there, Michael. I'm sure Rhonda had a bunch of classes right at ReaperCon. And again, Michael, I think you had a chance to share your stuff, right? Again, everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Dropping you down there too. So, Kagomi's Fury, I hope that again you get a chance to do all the streaming stuff and no crazy stuff this weekend. Look at that. See how that's just traveling along? Just traveling along there. Now with those two Warg Riders done, I'm just going to wait one more day maybe so that they're completely and totally dry. Then we'll do the snow effects. All right, and then we're going to try the dirty down. We're going to see if we can do the blood drips on them, because that's the last time that happened was never. I tried doing it a couple of times with the heavy gloss gel. Again, that stuff works great for Isocles, but those kind of work in the opposite way of blood drops. So it just was not successful for the for the blood drops. And well, that's what Dirty Down is designed for. At least the blood drop stuff is designed for just that very thing. So I will do a couple of tests before that, but I'm going to be filming a video most likely tomorrow or Wednesday on that. No problem there, Kagoma's Fury. Recoil, what would be way cheaper, recoil, is if I just put a big piece of cardboard behind it all and just said it's the movie theater. Yeah, recoil. So it would be the drive-in movie theater. Recoil, just a giant piece of cardboard painted white with a little tiny projector, and there would be black and white movies of the Black Gate of Mordor, or something like that. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just posted there. I think I caught up on everything. And again, many thanks to Armored Wolf for providing the knowledge about the Dirty Down. And Armored Wolf used it to great perfection on that piece that won Best in Show at Gen Con and also at Dragon Con. So Dirty Down is fantastic stuff. There's the verdigris, there's rust, and it also comes in spray cans if you want to use it on a more massive level, say for terrain and such. Eventually, that's what I want to do. Recoil is get that. Oh, recoil. What was the size of the blades on yours? Because I noticed recoil that there was a bunch of the two-bladed ones, and I know you were saying just get the. You could see why they were cheaper, right? Because they probably don't work anywhere near as well as the four-blade. So yeah, recoil. There was one that was like a 19.3-inch one, and that was 127 or 129 bucks. I don't know if, how that relates price wise. I saw some. I saw one recoil that's like as tall as a person, and it was $750 or something. It had, I think it had four sets of four blades. It was either three or four sets of four blades. It was massive. Somehow I'm thinking we're not going that direction. I'm just throwing it out there, recoil. I think that might be excessive. So again, we're getting here. You can see there's a little bit of shiny to that. You can also see here. This one is going to be about as light as that. Now I wish I had the Loki class. But you can see all the Aztecing there. See all that stuff right there? None of that exists. That's all painted on. All of those panel lines and everything else, that does not exist. It was as flat texture as what you see there, but all of that is painted on. And that is the same thing that we are going to do with this ship right here. And recoil, it was so appropriate, right, to have the autocorrect monster on there. Absolutely love that recoil. Now recoil, I was just imagining that with the Wapelius Spellbrush figure there. Thanks, Landrast. Appreciate that. 56 months worth there, Landrast. So Landrast, 56 months is about how long it would take you to print out that entire like Gondor Citadel from Dark Realms. I mean, I wasn't kidding. It said 507 hours. That was its guesstimated time for printing on that. I'm not joking. I saw that and I went, and then I actually looked at the pictures. The ground level alone, Landry, if you and me and Recoil and Camda were all printing that out 24 hours a day, it would still probably take us months if all of us were printing it out. So, needless to say, it ain't going to happen. Now, the buildings themselves, you print those and then you kind of use the pink foam or whatever to construct the rest. Thanks, Camda. I can't wait for you to see it. Now, if you look, I don't know if you can really see it, but in the background of the images of the that barracks there, that's a Dol Amroth barracks that we're using that for. You'll notice that you might be able to see the Great Gate of Gondor. You might be able to see that. So these files, all of these, they are available on Thingiverse. Also free. Not totally serious. They are free on Thingiverse. Now, are they easy to print? No. Right, Canva, they are by no stretch of the imagination easy to print. But they're free. And, it's like, we don't complain about free, really. Well, Arda Michael, here's again hoping that you can pick up some more stuff there, and again, hopefully everything kind of works out with all the other stuff too. So here we're going to actually have this maybe be glowing because we haven't done this. on any of the other ships, so why not? In that case, then maybe we have some of that glow reflect over there too. So I've got the first two wall sections printing now. I'll print two more, probably overnight, and then I'll just I think I'm going to try and print at least. It's going to take at least 6 wall section, probably 8, to kind of go across the board anyway. The 6 foot board. Now 4 foot, that'd be different, but I was kind of hoping to do a 6 foot board. So okay, now we're starting to get that in position. We got to do some stuff over here. Let's move the hey there, Night Whisper. Camda, if you find a way, just let me know because I'll try to print it too. If not, and if it takes like dividing it up into pieces, Camda, just again let me know what you did, and we'll try to do that together. Everybody, please give. I almost said Art Michael. Please give Night Whisper a follow, and Night Whisper, please go ahead and post some stuff in the chat there. Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. So great to see you there, Night Whisper. I hope that everything goes well. Now we're just kind of tagging these here with this the sky blue. We're going to be doing some lighter stuff in there, don't worry. That is going to be lighter. I don't think we're going to do those as engine ports. I don't think so. So great to see you there, Night Whisperer. Okay, so that we kind of leave that alone. We can see that. Look at that. It's already starting to be less shiny. That means, well, maybe we start doing some Aztecing there. Let's bring out the Aztecs, Camda. What are we going to use? This, maybe this, also some of that. See what this yields here. And again, this is all about doing the Aztecing, which essentially means we're trying to imitate that there are basically separate panels here. And we've been pretty much doing them about this kind of width here. And then what I've done is gone in later and then added things like the panel lines. How else could we have panel line Galactica, right, Camda? So everybody check out that Insta link there. Oh, a TCAT. Actually, Night Whisper, does TCAT stream? I don't think TCAT streams a lot, right, Night Whisper? But I'm sure TCAT streams like earlier in the day, right? Actually, Night Whisper, if you want to shout out TCAT, please go ahead. Again, what I'm hoping is that eventually here the Friday streams maybe start a little bit earlier. And I think for the foreseeable future here, the Friday streams, that might kind of be our, we'll call it the Friday challenge. It'll sort of be like a Saturday challenge, because the Saturday streams are not going to start early during college football season. Which, that leaves us with Friday. Here, let's again grab some of this. We're not adding any thinner to this because we have a ton of thinner out there already. We don't need more. You see, the only reason that is sticking there is because that's basically just straight up paint. So there's no commands, Night Whisper. If you can just put a link to TCAT's Twitch channel there. We have to kind of do that, Night Whisper. Everything has to be analog because you never know when there's Cylons around. So everything here has to be analog and manual. There's no buy your command, Night Whisper, for obvious reasons, right? We don't want to invite any Cylons. I mean, what do you think all those bots are in people's streams? People think, oh yeah, those are bots. No, those are Cylons. There are many copies. Yes, all of those bots, those are all Cylons.
So say we all.
Uh, Valfera, at some point, actually, Camden, I don't think I've located the Cylon ships in his files. Yeah, I don't remember seeing the Cylon ship. I swear Cam did that he like changed a bunch of the files since I've been there and downloaded a bunch. Because it almost seems like he only has like one half of all of the Battlestar Galactica ships that I thought I saw originally. Again, maybe I'm just kind of looking past it there, Camda. I'll try to look again. Now, of course, I don't have the resin to print them. I'm basically out of resin, so I got to buy more resin. So I thought I had a whole nother thing of resin, and I went, oh, mostly because they don't have that darker resin that I like, that navy gray stuff. So I was kind of waiting instead of just buying more of the old gray. I was kind of hoping that the navy gray would make an appearance again, and it has not. So was there the base star, and did they actually have a resurrection ship, Canada? I don't remember seeing a resurrection ship. Boy, Camda, I don't even want to think about trying to print a resurrection ship. That would be a nightmare. That would be an absolute nightmare. So again, we're just kind of adding. You can see this has already gotten lighter. You can see we already have ourselves the first inklings here, right, of some Aztecing there. Now here, I just grabbed some of. Look, I'm gonna grab some of that darker stuff, and that's gonna go in here. So we're literally just kind of like grabbing some of our darker glaze here, and like, oh yeah, fine. I'm gonna stick that over here. Just fine. So Night Whisper says that those what you think is just merely a bunch of supports, right? Just a batch of supports. No, that's actually a Cylon resurrection ship. I wouldn't put it past them, right, Night Whisper? So it is a resurrection ship. Camda, I mean, could you do me a favor and just shoot me a link to it? Because I swear I have not seen those. That the last time I was on his Thingiverse page, I was looking for Cylon stuff. I didn't see anything. I didn't even see like a Cylon Raider. And I thought this is kind of weird. Look at that. See, there's still a whole bunch of the thinner there, so I got to go back here and essentially dry out the brush. Now, recoil, was this also part of the Ghost Fleet? This Kobol class ship here? Because this right here, this architecture back here, that really screams classic BSG, doesn't it, recoil? This seems very much like your traditional, I guess if you want to call it, BSG right here. The way these engines are situated here. So again, starting to get some of the lighter paneling on this. What are we? We're 55 minutes in. That includes our. Wow, look at this. It totally eclipsed that base. That is just the absolute opposite of what happened here with our Battlestar Hades. So this is the. It does not have a specific name. It just said. I think it just said Kobol class assault ship. I don't think it had a specific name. I could be wrong, but I don't think he had given it a specific name. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was another Ghost Fleet ship. Maybe, no, there's still too much of the thinner there. You can only do so much back there. Hopefully the house stuff is going okay there, Night Whisper. Still working on the house stuff here. More painting, more plastering, tile work. Let's see. I wonder if this or over here, one of these two. Let me take a look. Yeah, we're gonna do that maybe up here. All right. So we can just use this brush. Let's just use this one here anyhow. All right, we're gonna get you. A little bit of that. I guess we need some thinner. Little touch of my orange in there. Simple little thing that we're going to do. We're just going to do this here. On the starboard side. So this is the next week for Armada Monday. We're going back to our 1/1800 scale ships. Especially since I'm not going to be able to print out, most likely I'm not going to be able to print out more of these. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to our 1/1800 scale ships. We have actually a whole bunch of those printed out already. Well, here's hoping there, Night Whisper again. I know that that is not an easy task to manage there with all of the stuff that has to be done. There's even, you can see a little bit of violet showing up in this too. I can hear, grab a little bit of our radiant green there. Or not radiant green, we should call that. Gotta go back, refresh. Too much of the thinner got in there. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys were doing kind of like a virtual work through with that, right? To see what should happen. All right, let me do this. Oh, so yeah, Landress, I think the raid happened just as we were getting down into this. So that vehicle that I was telling you about, what I want to do is figure out what chapter we want to make that thing. And then I want to use the GPT, like, okay, if it's going to be Imperial Fists, do I say, okay, hey, GPT, cover this thing, just slather it in all kinds of freehand, kind of like what we did with the, oh gosh, what was that? The Trench Crusade vehicle there? Like, I guess, like an image of Rogel Dorn or something like that. Because when that's your Impy Primarch, I think. So where is Ah, uh, so I mean, see there, you got a little bit of it there. See, he's right there, kind of towards the front. Oh, look at that sponsons, Camda. And this thing has sponsons too, Camda. So as it's a Fire, Fury, Fortress, Terra. So see all that freehand on there. I just thought, well, maybe we could do something like that with a new vehicle. So I'm not sure Camda, or sorry, Recall. I'll just have to look at what he's got. I'm pretty sure he has some kind of info about it. I'll just have to go back and see what he said. So yeah, I thought, well, okay, maybe we do something like that again, where we could have all kinds of elaborate freehand on there. Because I think this was our first vehicles workshop series, right? Wasn't it this one? But we did not have the GPTs to kind of help us create all kinds of wild freehand and such. So that's why I want to get that thing assembled. Probably, I don't know about tonight, but probably Tuesday night, so that Wednesday maybe I could film that. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Again, we just posted the latest video. It was about true metallics and object source lighting, all with the oils. So I think this is the last. The one other video we did on the Patreon page, again, it's true metallic metals, but also object source lighting. So it's another one of those. So again, this is looking very different, right, than it did just a little while ago. Because now it's got some Aztecing, at least some initial bits of it. Now this I have to still wait for that's got to set more before we fool around with that, for sure. I'm gonna try doing a little something on these guys here. Look at the soft grip we have on this brush. It's just these two fingers basically. That's it. Right? Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Even our animation says that. That's going to be a very fun I'll be back screen. Uh, the reason I wanted to make that is I use it a lot on our Thursdays, right? Because I have to go kind of clean some things up generally. My hands just get paint all over them on the Thursday streams. And usually by the second Spacegate, my hands are absolutely covered in paint. And then it becomes a little bit dicey for picking up our miniatures and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to keep going with here, more of our light there. All right, so we're getting there. And again, we're only 1 hour in. We just passed the 1 hour mark. Camda, I mean, there's been several folks, and I mean, a couple of dozen folks have told me that they just noticed they're not quite so tired because they're not trying to snap the brush in half every second that they're working with it. Man, that makes a difference. Actually, Armored Wolf, there was something that popped by in my face. Oh, it was some kind of article about how those lanterns, I guess, are super broken in Warhammer Old World. I guess if you have more than two of those in your army, you're considered to be that guy. I have no idea what they do, but apparently they do everything. And apparently they're devastating. Oh, Enrico, I'm glad that now. Did you get the email there, Rico, with the song in it? I hope that you did. Now, hopefully, Mom liked that too. I mean, it wasn't specifically for Mom or anything like that, but hopefully, Mom liked it also. Here, well, look at there was a ton of dark paint there. I can get away with doing like one and a half of these before I have to refresh the brush again. And again, there cannot be too much thinner on this. Otherwise, again, it's not going to stick because these things here, well, this is one of the last areas we hit with those glazes. So it makes sense. Why, how we, yeah, that's pretty stable on here. Because again, I drilled a massive hole in there. So this big boy here, he's really, really stuck into that base holder there. Camda, I just realized that I forgot to order a big piece of mat board. Actually, I'm going to need a couple of pieces of mat board because what I need to do is create some kind of backdrop like this. And I might even use like my spray cans for it. I was tempted to take one of the nastier like yellow backdrops or something that's part of my big photo booth that I'm never going to use. I was very tempted to actually take one of those, bring it out in the garage and spray it. There's really nothing to lose because I'm not going to use a bright yellow one. Camda, less linseed oil is best. Was it less is more and more is way too much? And that certainly goes with linseed oil there, Camda. If I could actually like somehow drain the like, especially with these Richardson paints here. Where's that? Here we go. Yeah. If I could drain about half the linseed oil out of these guys, I would really love them. But they put that linseed oil in there to make them softer. So recall, it was a reply to, actually it was a reply to when you sent me one of the batches of the songs there, Recoil. Because I was kind of in a hurry and I just, I did the reply because it was easier actually than just trying to write a brand new email. So yeah, I think it was a reply to, again, one of the emails you sent me with, I think it was your original batch of songs that you sent, the Google Drive links to. So hopefully you can, it shows up there. If not, recoil, no big deal. After the stream, I'll try to write a fresh message, and then that way I don't have to worry. Now, see, I can still see some glistening stuff there. I might be able to. I can sort of get away with it up there. Now, even then, it's a little too early to fool around with that. So again, we're only 1 hour in. Come on, there we go. Also here. Ooh, yeah, that got a little funky right there. I don't know. These cowlings are probably going to end up actually being darker. No, they'll probably end up being a bit darker than that. And again, Night Whisper, I hope that all of the home remodeling stuff, once it starts, it just keeps progressing. No weird delays. The folks next door, they had the weirdest delays. It's like, oh yeah, we're scheduled to do this today. Oh no, well now we'll do it like 2 months later. So here's hoping no shenanigans like that. I have to say, at least with this, it's so massive. All of these gun turrets, even the gun turrets themselves, are much more massive than the usual ones you see on the other ships. So these, for the most part, actually printed out. We just lost that, so we're going to take this and kind of get rid of some of that. And we'll try this again. Like you do. More here. Alright. Do we do that? You gotta do it on this side. Oh, not as much. That's interesting, Rico. I tried using Suno on that, and boy, it wrote some really weird lyrics, and yeah, that did work out so well doing that on Suno. Even additional tries on Skynet didn't really yield much. It actually got worse. It's weird, right, Rico? Sometimes it takes like a million of them, and at other times it's like there's the one, and it's early on, and you just go with that one. So it looked like some kind of something that should be glowing there, some kind of energy conduit or something there, Camda. So I'm just waiting for that to set, and then again we can make oh yeah, we can make this lighter back here. Make sure there's none of our yellow in there though. Thinner there, and where's our little sky blue in there? All right, start breaking this down like we do, because we haven't done this on any of our ships, and I just thought this massive Kobol class ship. Who knows? Maybe I don't know what that does. That's probably not what he intended it to be, but that's how we're gonna roll with it here. Let me spin. This thing is so heavy. It's difficult to spin this thing around. Let me get that down into here. More into there. So again, these are all one-piece files. All right, we'll leave that for now. See if we can snag ourselves again more of our white here. Fine, just gonna throw some thinner up there. Let me see what happens when we try to do some pinline washy stuff on that. Boom. Like so. Nope, gotta go back and refresh that and do it again. Not looking to do that out there. Whoops. Way too big a chunk of paint on there. Let's get rid of that. I think I can actually stick my hand in it, so I'm really glad I did that. Basically, dug a giant hole in that so I could stick this ship on here. I think that made it way more stable. Because again, this thing weighs a ton. This took a wee bit of resin to print out this monstrosity here. So yeah, we're next week, next Monday, we'll be painting probably Gneisenau. I don't know, maybe it could be Bismarck too. It'll be probably one of those two. I don't think I have HMS Hood constructed, and then there's one of the H class ships that I know is printed, but I don't think it's assembled and ready to. I know it's not assembled and ready to go. And of course, the H class of ships, those made Bismarck and Tirpitz look like little destroyers by comparison. The ultimate ship that they wanted to build, I think it was part of the H class series. It was it was going to it was going to weigh about 120,000 tons. It was going to have 20-inch guns on it. It would have been the size of one of your Gerald R. Ford aircraft carriers. Um, there was no naval yard in the world that could have built something like that, so I'm not sure where it was going to be constructed. Pretty much would have made your Yamato Musashi class look like, again, like a light cruiser. Because keep in mind, the Iowa class was actually a longer ship than your Yamato class. Thanks, Cam. And it's old school and new school, right? He's got both the traditional, or the old type of base stars and the new ones. Well, obviously he's got the resurrection ship too. I need some of that. Yeah, let's go a little further with that. Okay, and then some of that we'll get into there. So yeah, not so sure about that. Not really liking that. We're gonna change this up because we can do that. We're gonna make ourselves change here. We're gonna take our not Severus blue, and we're just gonna blob this in here and get rid of that lighter stuff that we just did. Means we're gonna have to wait longer on that to set, but that just was not working. Best to just say nah and just start afresh there. Yeah, Cam, I'm not sure where they would have gotten the steel from it either. It would have taken all the iron ore from Norway and Sweden and anywhere else in the area, because that's where all their iron ore was coming from. Pretty sure that would have, just one of those would have used most of it. And again, it would have made, again, Bismarck and Tirpitz, they would have, next to this thing, they would have looked like a light cruiser. So it would have been something like, say, Graf Spee next to Bismarck. So think that type of size comparison. And for those not really sure what ships those are, Graf Spee was about 11,000 tons, and your Bismarck was around 53,000 tons. Need to get a little light back there. Yep. Now, as a little bit of a comparison there, so this is one of our 1/1800 scale ships next to our BSGs. And yes, that is sculpted on water. We used our fantastic heavy gloss gel to do that. As we call it, elementium. It is fire, it is water, it is snow, it is ice. We've even used it to sculpt fur. I need to sneak a little bit of this lighter here color in between these. So there, some here. So there's still some of our original glaze stuff here that is, it's still too wet to kind of go back in and do our special little kind of dry brush thing that we like to do. Oh, Camden, that's the other animation I got to do. Don't be hasty. Yes, we have to make that little animation there. Don't be a hasty hobbit, right, Camden? Something tells me that has to be one of our football teams in the APCC, the Hasty Hobbits. And I do believe that the Swampton Crocs probably just referred to them as Tasty Hobbits. I'm going to see what happens with this being a little lighter over here. Yeah, for the Swampton Crocs, I'm pretty sure that they're just like they're little snacks. But yeah, that graphic, it's too good to pass up. So the first thing I do is I go into GPTs and turn it into a horizontal format because it always does them in a square unless you specify. So the original graphics are all kind of in a square format, and that's why I'll go into GPT and say, all right, make a horizontal version of this because we need it to cover the screen. And then that is the file that I bring into Skynet and then have it do the rest. I would rather have that be dark, so we're going to get rid of that too. In fact, just to hasten, look at this, we're going to be hasty, Camden, to hasten this process. I'm going to take this guy here. It's almost like pre-glaze, but for object source lighting. So we're just going to do that. That effectively gets it back to just primer again. Which now means what I should be able to do. Do it again. Is now maybe do a little bit of dry brushy stuff on here. Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. So Grand Oracle, oh, did you see the latest video there, Grand Oracle? Hopefully you'll get a chance to watch that. Now let me, well, speaking of, let's do a little film noir on this here. And now again, watch what happens to the palette and to the fabulous fluorescent colors. Well, what happened? They all went away. It looks like just like there's mud spatters now on his cloak, and again, all of our fabulous fluorescent stuff, that is all gone. All gone. Let's bring it back, and then, well, look at that. Again, the difference there. There was a slight bit of value difference on like the yellow and the green, a little bit lighter, but otherwise those just disappear, and certainly all this does. right? All of those fabulous containers. Now, I think let's try this. So again, there is no green, there's no grays, there's no reddish browns, there's no orangey browns, there's just gray. Let's bring back our color. And you can see there's a whole bunch of differences even in the browns, right? There's browns is more of a yellow, there's browns is more of a violet because we were using Mars Violet. Grand Oracle, there is a new, oh, what's the, oh, this is going to be a new, well, sorry, Grand Oracle, but this is going to be a new reward here. That's going to be another channel reward. And of course, Grand Oracle, this is now my new I'll be back screen. Oh, there's the Zhang. Wow, that must have been creepy for the Zhang right there. Hey there, Zhang. How you doing? Welcome back, Master Builder. Was it bricks tonight, or was it some more Gundam stuff? Everybody, please give Zhang a follow. Nice to see you there, Arid. Hey, Snapdragon. Nice to see you back. Welcome back, Snapdragon. So look at this. Look at this, Zhang. We're back at it again. This is the biggest of all the ships we've done so far. This is the Kobol class assault ship right here. Last week we did Battlestar Hades. This was part of the Ghost Fleet. You can see one's a little bit beefier than the other one. And we just started doing all the Aztecing stuff. So 1 hour 26 minutes ago, Zhang, this had no paint on it at all. Everybody please give Zhang a follow. Same thing there, Aired. Why don't you post some links to some of your stuff in the chat? Now, Zhang, the last two streams is a little bit different. We painted these guys right here. So these are some brand new figures from Warcrow, from Corvus Belli. So at the new system, well, they're kind of renewing the old system of Warcrow. And I think, Zhang, we saw this, right? This is the new Wapelius Spellbrush figure, and we sculpted this in Eldritch Foundry. So that's one of many new many new Wapelius Spellbrush characters. And of course, oh, and Zhang, I don't know, you've seen some of these, right? These are, whoops, wrong show. These are some paintings that we've been doing here. Speaking of spacescapes, last Thursday we did these. So we took basically a very simple airbrush type thing, and then we added all this stuff. We added the planets to it, the landscape, the clouds, the stars. So this is something we've been doing every Thursday. Taking one 11 by 14, we chop it into 4 pieces, and then we create 4 new spacescapes with clouds, with planetoids and stars and all kinds of good stuff. Now, thanks, Zhang. Appreciate that. And again, Zhang, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, here's some more again of our other BSG ships. That is the original. There's Galactica Actual. This is a Ranger class battleship here. So again, you can see the bases, kind of the same theme on all of the bases. This is, I think, our 8th ship. Zhang, I'm pretty sure this is number 8. And again, it's a big guy. It is a very big guy. And again, Zhang, if you want to share anything in the chat, please feel like you can go ahead and do that. Roland, I haven't heard anything about a new. It's King's War? Yeah, that would be version 3, right, Roland? Or would it be 4? I think it's probably version 3, right? Because I think 2, that probably came out not long before they did the Armada game. So great to see you there, Roland. And of course, Erda Kenwife, if you want to post your links in the chat, your Pinterest links there, please go ahead. Well, that's fantastic there, Zhang. So it is on 3. Okay. Well, at least I had that right. Right, Landrast. Now I don't know. Well, let's see. Well, the Salamander, are they adding any new factions? I know what the Northern Alliance, was that the newest faction? Well, Zhang, thank us again for the raid. That is always appreciated. And let's see, 1 hour 30 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. This was just primer. Think of it as like a dark bluish gray primer. That's what it was, almost like a Payne's gray. The base had kind of a dark turquoise primer. First thing we did again was paint the base, and then we stuck the ship on there. And we had already done a little bit of lighter dry brush type stuff. And again, see all the Aztecing stuff there? That is not there. That is not sculpted on there. That's all been added. And then we're going to add the panel lines. You can see it like right here. Again, all along, see that? You see this back here? That's not sculpted on. That's just all painted on right there. I'll see you later there, Zhang. Thank you so much for the raid. And have yourself a nice dinner there, Zhang. Appreciate the raid as always. Thank you so much. So Grand Oracle, I got some more terrain pictures to send you. Printing out massive terrain. I mean, it's I just finished the let's see, the Imperial Barracks. Now has paint on it, and I've got the the Great Gate of Gondor, that or the Great Gate of Minas Tirith. That's now printed. Now I'm starting to print out the all the wall sections. Actually, Landrest, I'm gonna again. I love Jacob's stuff, right? Because he does the ruined bits. I want to have the ruined walls too, because I need those for the video, both the kind of the pristine version and the ruined version. Actually, the the Palace of Gondor, I have the ruined version of that already printed out. Landrest, that's already printed out. That's going to be used in a different video. So again, great to see you there, Grant Oracle. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, we're gonna make this kind of like a little energy conduit type thing, whatever. It just seems like I've never had a chance to do that on any of our Galactica ships. This seems like the one where we can do this. Glad I made that change, right, Camden? You basically erased everything, pretty much right back down to the primer. That worked out pretty well. We're trying some more of this. I was gonna say there, Grand Oracle, there was a wee bit of scouting activities going on this weekend. Now, is it going to be the same this coming weekend there, Grand Oracle? And of course, I know there's all the kind of all the changes going on with some of the plans. It's like, here was the plan. Well, that was the plan. That is not the plan anymore. Yeah, Cam, the one stream, the can I reach him here? Where is here he is, yeah. So here we erased this pattern was actually this pattern. We knew that wasn't going to work right away. We erased that. The horsey got erased 3 times. I think our record Camda is 5, if I remember right. 5 times we just said, nope, that is not what we want. And we just erased it and then did it again. And then erased it and did it again. Because oils, right, Camda? Oh, that's great, Grand Oracle. That is fabulous. Oh, let's see. Did because we added that, right, Cam, or did we get rid of that? I think we added it. Yeah, we added that. Okay. Oh, that's right. There was some other. There was like a little design there, right, Cam? Didn't we just wipe that out and put that in there? Oh, now Grand Oracle, is that a combination of referee and transporting uh, the participant, or is that all just ref work there? My guess is it's probably both, because it seems like that's how that's just going to roll. I guess, will this be the last year of that Grand Oracle? Much like how last year was Ryan's last year of the band experience. So Ryan will not have to be wandering on down to, say, I don't know, Dallas for something like a Big 12 championship game or whatever. Oh boy. Sorry, Grand Oracle. For some reason, I was thinking senior. I got that mixed up with my niece. Yeah, this will be my niece's. Well, I don't know. It depends what happens with colleges and stuff. But as far as high school career, this is the last hurrah. Now, actually, well, up there in Alaska, her first soccer game was delayed by snow. They had to shovel the field. Yeah, they had to shovel the field so that they could actually play some soccer. I think what they should have done was just give the kids skates and just give them hockey sticks and say the heck with the soccer stuff. Let's play hockey instead. Now that would be some old-fashioned hockey because, well, you're talking about a goalie with no mask, no helmets, no pads, just skates and sticks. Either that or they just play soccer on the ice. It'll be ice soccer. Yes, it's a new game. It's ice soccer. Hey, there's surface tension. Great to see ya. So surface tension. I think I might have sent you. Did I send you that little animation of Wapelius Spellbrush? Grand Oracle. You're gonna go through a few soccer balls, but soccer's supposed to be the cheap sport, right? Yeah, soccer's supposed to be the cheap sport. So you go through a couple of soccer balls in about 5 minutes. I'm just imagining Grand Oracle, one of those big circle kicks or something like that, with those blades flying around. You might have to make a couple of other additional rules. So instead of high sticking Oracle, it's high kicking. Yes, you can't do those high, like over your head type kicks in ice soccer. Now, of course, you could just not give them skates at all and just let them roll around on the ice, which has its entertainment value for sure. That's fantastic surface tension. So yeah, surface tension. I just took one of the painted Wapelius Spellbrush figures, turned it into basically, put him in like a wizard's chamber with all the painting and stuff. So surface tension, what it was not supposed to do was have all of the Wapelius Spellbrushes move. That was only supposed to be the main one, not all of them. Now, if you were to change the shape of the field, there's surface tension. Like, say, make it like a triangle or something like that. Would that be an ice oscilles triangle soccer? Let me get some more of this later stuff here on our. Remember, the Wampleville Comedy Club is always open. I mean, we have some of our pun and limerick contendants in here in recoil and grand oracle and surface tension, vying for the championship and again for punnage. Oh, it's like curling but with people. There you go, grand oracle. Land dress. You know that again. That's like unicorn's blood, right? You could practically live forever on that. I mean, we cannot confirm nor deny that. That's the reason why, a few 100 million years later, we're still alive. So yeah, surface tension. We're joking that my niece's first soccer game was delayed because they had to shovel the field because of all the snow on it. Actually, Landrest, do you have any of the crew there, or is it just Landrest in Shea Landrest tonight? I know that's usually a weekend thing. Let me do this. So yeah, that can. I was really glad we did the whole erasure and then went back into that again. Have yourself a good night's sleep there, Landras, for sure. Unless Landras, you're gonna have the iPad basically sitting on top of you, and all of a sudden, it's not just gonna be it's not just gonna be the autocorrect monster. It's also gonna be what Peleus Spellbrush is gonna be looking at you. It's not safe to go asleep anymore, Landrast. As long as you never wake up, then it is. Grand Oracle. Now those are resin, and I guess it's supposed to be like some new kind of resin for them, anyways. They're big. I think they were on 60 millimeter bases. Their Grand Oracle. Well, I think all of their cavalry is on 60 mil bases. Okay, I could be wrong. Hmm. Because I think these are 90s. Eh. Oh, wait, no, no, those can't be hundreds. I think this was 90 millimeters, so maybe that's only 55. That's got to be close to 60. No, that's got to be at least 60. Has to be. Me, come on. Lighter here. Lighter there. Lighter here. And then over there. So yeah, they're pretty ginormous. Grand Oracle. What is this? Oh, that's what these shapes are. All right. Do we have the same shape on this side? Okay, well then that makes more. Oh, that makes more sense now. Okay, fine. We'll get this figured out. What was the other ship? It was basically the same as Galactic. Was the Athena? Was it recoil? I think so. Yeah, I think it was Battlestar Athena. Ooh, yeah. Here, let's maybe lighten up these guys a smidge there. I'm gonna look at see what we can do as far as the engine cowlings on this too here. After we hit these. Now, yeah, we're not even 2 hours in here. What is this? An hour 45 minutes. Again, there was nothing on the base. This was all just primer. Whole thing was nothing but primer. Just lighten you up a bit more there. And especially with this configuration and even this here, it really, to me, says more old school Galactica. And again, I think this was part of the Ghost Fleet. I could be wrong, and I have to go back and look. These are all free files on Thingiverse. And we already have several of these on the Linseed Oil or Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel right here. There's no ads on here. All of our past sessions, that's where they're going. So you want to see these, maybe you missed part of the beginning or something like that. That's where you can go ahead and watch from the beginning. And then two, a lot of our older streams. So I'm kind of doing that on some of the older streams. Some of our more recent ones are all kind of getting put up there. Actually, Grand Oracle, don't you think Grand Oracle, you could print the bottle in clear resin, right? And you print it out in two halves, right? Then you put the two halves together. You use like the whatever that flash curing resin stuff is, right? With a 405 flashlight, and now you got yourself a Bottle Star Galactica. Now, surface tension, did you already post your stuff in the chat there? So surface tension, if you didn't post your Mastodon link yet, please go ahead and post that. And everybody then check out some fabulous oil painted miniatures by Surface Tension. So sorry if I missed that. Sorry, Surface Tension. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, would that work there, Grand Oracle? You print it out again, clear resin, two halves. You take some of that again, whatever kind of instant curing stuff you've got for the resin there. You stick the two pieces together. I mean, it's not like we still use Panel Star Galactica as a joke anymore, right, Canada? We never do that. We have never continued to use the Panaline Galactica pun on every stream ever since we. And again, that wasn't a Battlestar Galactica ship. That was a painting. Yeah, that was just a painting of Panaline Galactica. I do believe, what is the phrase there? Surface tension, you have become death or whatever, right? I think that's how the phrase goes. Destroyer of worlds. We're gonna have to get ourselves some grays in there, but that's gonna have to wait. That's going to have to wait until after we fool around with this, and this we need to let this set for a spell. We don't want to be hasty little hobbitses, right, Camda? So Camda, I think that chat reward just has to be called "Don't be hasty." And it's got to have the little dunce cap. Oh yeah, surface tension. I'm gonna do the animation with your Hobbit there. Now all I got to do is just turn it into a horizontal format. Yes, don't be a don't be a hasty Cylon. Oh, okay, nope, nope. A little bit more of that glow down in there. Okay. So again, that definitely starting to get a little bit of a glow to it. Let me maybe take some of this, and I might just go here, like so. Get that, you get even a little bit more of a greenish tinge, and also maybe clean up some things, because again, what we did was we just wiped that back down to primer there. So yeah, surface tension. Again, just like this graphic that the recoil created. So we took that and we made it horizontal, and now that's again that works for our screens here. Because pretty much, unless you tell it to do, like, the GPTs or whatever, unless you tell it to do it in a horizontal format, it's always going to be a square or vertical, right? Surface tension. More of this here. Or they're just all craft brushes, right, Grand Oracle? And there are many copies. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's they just the hasty little Cylons. I'm gonna try and get me a little bit of this turquoise along the edge of this, and then we'll have to do the same thing. We'll turn around and do the same thing on the other side. So I'm not really gonna do much on these. This might be some of the last stuff we do. Is whatever the heck is in those that'll do thingies there. Who knows? Maybe these are some kind of landing pods or something like that. I don't know. I'm pretty sure even he doesn't know, right, Camda? Because it was probably just like, well, okay, we'll just have this blob, this shape over here. All right, from this side now, same as what we did on the other side of these. Cleans them up pretty well. So we pretty much did an opposite thing. We reversed these from what we were first going to do with them. Again, sometimes you just got to make some changes. It doesn't necessarily mean you got to abandon the entire original plan or anything. Now, back in here, I might try to get some more of our lighter stuff. And again, I might just try to overall go a little bit lighter with this because, again, I'm thinking this is more old school Galactica here. And we're not quite 2 hours into this yet either. Might need to get me some more of my weight out there. After working on that video, I keep wanting to call it the iridescent pearl white because that's what we were using with that, doing that crazy Necron diorama with the true metallic metals and the object source lighting and all that. That one was crazy. And when I first started that one, I thought, okay, that's going to be the last episode. Nope, there's still a whole nother episode to go on that yet now. That was just episode 2 now of 3. Fine. Let me find a little bit more of our light in a couple of spots there. Again, all of this is just antiquing here. Yep, there we are. Ooh, that needs to be later. Somehow missed that whole thing right there. I didn't really do too much on this side either. Part of it is there was still too much of our initial uh, glaze on that, right, to be able to do much there. So a little bit of our light in there, and then also here. Now we're starting to be able to do some nice dry brush stuff here, because finally our darker glazy stuff that's really starting to set pretty well. And more there. We'll do some along the side of this, not too much. And that can mix with some of the stuff that's already there. Better make some of this stuff down in here later, I think. Again, just kind of using a little bit of a dry brush thing here. Now, this needs to be later also, especially given what we did on the other side. Thanks a bunch there, Night Whisper. Have yourself a good one. And everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. Night Whisper, you want to share your stuff one more time before you head off to sleep there? Please go ahead and do that. So Grand Oracle, that's why we call it the wettest dry brush ever. We also used to call it, even in the acrylics era there, Grand Oracle, we used to call it damp brushing because it was like a dry brush motion. I was thinking of using the term feathering Grand Oracle, but people also wouldn't really understand what that is. So there was going to be confusion one way or the other. I figured it would just be more simple to say, look, it's kind of like a dry brush motion, but it's all wet into wet. Because if I said feathering, people are like, oh, what's feathering? How do you do that? And I just figured, look, if I just say dry brushing, that'll still be simpler for folks. Nice to see you there, Spotty. How you doing? Happy Tuesday and all that. Hope you're doing well there, Spotty is Shark. And of course, Shark, you wants to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Is Mittens still streaming? I don't know if Mittens was streaming today. I don't think this is a usual stream day for Mittens, is it? I'm probably not going to use that term right there because I have a feeling that the YouTubes might get a little confused at that term. That might drift into some other territories there. But again, it's just like dry brushing. It's just we're dry brushing onto wet paint, right, Grand Oracle? Which means, again, I always like the term damp brushing, but that also kind of has some weird vibes to it, also, right, Inganes? Yes, well, they try to lay claim to all of our stuff, right, right, Grand Oracle? So, Inganes, if you want to share your fabulous oil painting links there in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody, please give Inganes a follow while you're at it. Oh, I think we all are Landrast. I think that's why there's so many creams for that, right? I think so. Let me. Okay, again, now some of these I've probably been sticking my hands on those, so that's why we're probably wiping the paint off of some of these guys. Everybody check out that link there that Inganes just posted, and everybody please give Inganes a follow if you could. Inganes, I know you're gonna try to kind of get back into the streaming thing, right? I think it was this week you're gonna try and get back into it. Now again, you know what? I'm not gonna go the other way here. Let's get to some of our Radiant Violet. Well, our not Radiant Violet going in here. We've been doing a lot with the green. Now we're gonna try and go a little oppo here. A little bit of the violet now. I mean, it's still just the same. It's just the same level of lightness, but now it's got a little different color tinge associated with it. And again, that's just all Aztecing. There's none of that is sculpted in. So again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. So great to see you there, Inganes. And of course, happy Tuesday. So for our happy Thursday stream again, we're gonna be doing some more spacescapes. Gonna try to create a multiscape. That's it. Yes, we'll be doing multiscapes on the Thursday stream because it's again we don't go just like one universe at a time, right? Surface tension, we bring in multiple universes all at the same time with the oils. Yes, all that stuff with the happy little trees and happy little mountains. So possible Friday stream for Inganes. Be sure to give Inganes a follow because then you will get that alert. Well, at least you hope, right, Inganes? Because sometimes that doesn't always happen. Or the alerts come in, but like hours later. At least I think that's how it happens to some folks. And again, this is not straight up white. This is by no means white here. Now, a lot of these things are probably going to get, I'm probably going to be sticking my hand onto these when I go to do some of the panel line stuff elsewhere here, but whatever. That's fine. We can always do that again. It is not very difficult at all. Get a little something more here, perhaps. Yeah, surface tension. Okay, that's just pure ammo, and he's got oils too. That's the sad thing, right? Right, surface tension. One painting at a time while working with oils. I mean, what is that? I mean, you might as. I mean, we can do more asleep, right? Surface tension. We've proven it. How many sleep streams have I done? I mean, I'm pretty sure there was at least two of those over the last few weeks. Yeah, if you can't stream while you're sleeping, then whew. Let me lighten this up a little more there. A little something here. I think yeah, the last Thursday stream just about slept streamed on that one. I think Camda, what surface tension is trying to get at is that Bob Ross should apply himself more. Yep, we had to go there. Speaking of how you apply the paint via dry brush or damp brush or however we would call it, right, Grand Oracle? Let me see if I can't. There's a little piece here. That's a much longer piece there. Yeah, maybe that is the better way to do that. I mean, technically, what we're doing right here is dry brushing. I mean, even you could consider that almost a dry brush technique there. I think it might just be time to maybe start getting a little bit more of our light on some of the sides of the ship here. Again, with whatever these are, these don't look like landing bays to me at all. I mean, maybe these are all like troop transport pods or something like that. Maybe that's all like, equipment stuff in there, supplies. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I don't know. Is there like a series of let's see, recoil? I know they did a couple of Babylon 5 novels or whatever. I don't know if they did any for, say, Battlestar Galactica. I kind of doubt it. So what we did on the other side, we will now try to do on the port side here. And yeah, programming. No, next Monday. Since I'm basically out of these ships and out of resin, we'll be going to our 1800 scale World War II ships because I have several of those printed out. Let me hit this. And that. I have actually been printing up tons and tons of the Urukai because, well, potentially October, maybe the first Friday in October, we'll start painting those up. And of course, you'll love this, Grand Oracle. No sooner did I print up tons and tons more of the Diwali Warg Riders than People 3D announces what's their October thing gonna be. Oh, Warg Riders and Wargs. Yes. And that all happened because years ago I purchased oh gosh, what was it from Fire Found or Fire Forge Miniatures or whatever? These guys right here. You'll see them in the background of that image. You'll see the two of them back there. Yeah, I got those years ago, and that means, of course, every sculptor now has done their version of Warg Riders. Ah, so they did. Well, geez, Recoil. I wonder, do you think they're available for, what is that, Audible? Because I have like 8 or 9 credits or something there, Recoil. Might as well use them for something fun. So that is Papal 3D. Those are the folks where we did the all of the Fountain Court Guard and Denethor and all that. That's Papal 3D. Oh, and all the casualties. Thanks, Surface Tension. We did those years ago. I think we did something like 3 of them on one stream or something. Now that was before we had all the casualties. Now we have all those casualties printed out. Now I have Urukai casualties too. So yeah, recoil since well, there's no way I'll ever be able to sit down to read a book ever, and it's part of Amazon recoil. Yeah, that's it's part of Amazon. That's I've got like Shattered Sword, Virtues of War, all kinds of textbooks and all that sort of stuff on Audible. Because again, there's no way I'll ever be able to read those. But while I'm spraying terrain or something like that, those can be on in the background. You know what? Let's hit this too, yeah. I see. I spy with my little eye. Oh, where's my. There you are. There's. Believe it or not, there's still a couple little crazy support nubs stuck in here somehow. There was a bunch of them. There's one there. Was there one hiding over here somewhere? There was. Lighten up you a bit there. Oh, well, now we're into hour 2. I think as we get closer to that hour 3, that's when we'll maybe start doing our actual panel lines. Again, right now we're focused more on the I almost said antiquing, but the Aztecing. Now, of course, surface tension. This ship is so big. Instead of having a gift shop in one of the landing pods, this I think this has like a whole supermarket, like a department store. Yeah, Galactica being so small and those little landing pod area things. Yeah, this has an entire shopping mall. I think it even has a food court too. Surface tension. It's that big. Wait. We need some. Come on, light along this edge here. There we go. Did we do that on this? Uh-huh. We sort of did that on this side already. Yeah, I thought so. That should be lighter on the top there too. Now going to get out here on the engines back here. Start doing some of these edges here. Ooh, also not there. Oh, look, we've got our magic eraser. Our fabulous eraser brush. I wonder, is that so Grand Oracle, is that something we should come up with, the eraser brush, and sell it for like $300? It'll just be the same old brush that we use like for 10 other things, but it'll actually say on the handle, it'll say eraser brush. So instead of it being like a $1.50 craft brush or something like that, it now becomes worth hundreds of dollars because it's a specialized eraser brush. Let me do this here. But like, that's right. It wouldn't be complete without a TGIF, right? Right, surface tension. Have some fun with the hound there. Surface tension. And again, hopefully the Welsh Landic Space Agency is still on the ball there. They only got one job to do, right? Surface tension is keep that death orb shield going. All right, we're doing this here again, adding some of this lighter stuff. Let's see. Oh, there was supposed to be some merch there. Did we? No, we didn't really add anything later on that. So we're going to do this here. Make that later. Make this a little later here, and all of these. Two, I think. I mean, technically, again, all of this is dry brush. Everything that I'm doing here, that's like a dry brush kind of action, motion, whatever you want to call it. But it's very much mixing wet into wet with what is underneath it. You know what, Grand Oracle? I'm not entirely sure that I've seen the whole Spaceballs movie. I may not have. I've probably seen a billion like little clips of it and stuff, but I don't think I've ever seen the whole thing. Maybe once. But that would be so many years ago, I would not remember anything of it. Because, well, it gets quoted so many times, right, in memes and everything else that it's almost like you've seen it, but not quite. Now, again, what we have here, this is not quite straight up. Wait, we will be. Yeah, once we get to hour 3, that's when we'll break out the fast mat way to really lock in our lightest lights. We're going to be coming back in with some darks here too, like on some of these gun mounts and such. We need to do some of that on those. Let me. Nope. Easier to do it in this. Yeah, way easier to do it from this direction. See, all of this stuff here, that would have been really hard to get anything to stick to that. An hour and a half ago for sure. A couple hours ago, geez, nothing. But now, yeah, all this stuff way easier to get the paint stick in there. Let's make these a little lighter, perhaps. Oh yeah, these guys here. Actually, well, okay, no, he did mirror those. Okay. Just looking at those, like, I'm not quite sure he mirrored this. All right, yeah, there we go. Ooh, yeah, this way here. Let's same on this portion. And then again, not really sure what all this stuff is down in here. I really don't know. I got more dry brush stuff. That's why all that is blending together is because of the dry brush mixing with all of the wet paint. That's how it works here in Wappleville. That's right. The school run there, Camden. Now, Camden, I think the timing of that probably has I'm gonna say it's probably accelerated because we kind of we're more familiar with the ships, right? Even though these are all very different ships, we kind of we know what we're looking to get out of them, and whereas the first couple were like, what is this? What the heck do we do here? So here, why don't you share your Pinterest link again now that you have returned? Oh, Arid, I'll send you some pictures of the pepper. Actually, some of the peppers, they're not just coming out. That some of them are actually they're turning the colors they're supposed to be, like the purple heirloom peppers. Yes, I mean they're actually starting to turn purple. Well, it's not quite the purple that you see on the package. Huge surprise there, but it is definitely not green. It's sort of like Payne's gray. Everybody, check out that Pinterest link that Erica Wave just shared, and everybody please give Erica Wave a follow. Now, Irid, you weren't going to be doing any more surprise Thursday cooking streams, right, this week? I think that was last week, right? You did the surprise Thursday cooking stream. And again, my apologies. My brain is getting that all wrong. So yeah, there's and the now I'm waiting on the tomatoes to change color because again, right now, well, they're all green right now, but they should also be many colors: yellow, purple, all kinds of different colors of maters there. Because you got, I think you said at least two more streams left, right, on the current project. Now see here, I actually got to get more thinner here. I think. Now will this? Yeah, look at that, man. All I did was added a tiny bit of thinner. That's maybe 5% more thinner. That's all that took to go from wow, that's just not sticking at all, to wow, look at that. And that there was just a tiniest bit of thinner. When we say thin over thick and vice versa, that has a massive impact. It really does. Now again, this is not anywhere near, say, a pin line wash level of thin paint. It's just thinner than what's there. That's good. Oh, that's fantastic, Irid. Just kind of think of it like I don't have to run faster than the bear. I just have to run faster than you. That's kind of how it is with this stuff here. It has to only just be a little bit thinner or thicker than what's already there. Because again, I'm pretty sure that you will be just as tasty to the bear as I am, but if I am faster than you, one of us is going to be getting served with probably a side dish of some berries or something. Now again, that's that same adding the thinner to it. So Irid, we're going to be adding hopefully a few things before the next stream, a few more things that you can click on, like the autocorrect monster, and of course engage the autocorrect monster if the autocorrect monster unjustly changes or modifies your post. Again, you can go in there and you can expose the evil, dreaded autocorrect monster once again to the light of day like that. Landras, so I did warn against going to sleep at this particular moment. Because you never know where the autocorrect monster is lurking. Yeah, Irid, remember I was talking about, gee whiz, I might as well just plant some of these seeds for over the winter, especially the pepper plants, because those just aren't going to get quite that big. So I'm going to have year-round peppers. And then I guess I could Well, there you go, Arid. If these plants are almost 3.5 feet tall, then I just stick them outside come April or something like, or May. Yeah, probably early May. Those plants, they're practically pepper trees. Well, there you go, Landrast. I wonder what this is going to look like with your light off. Here, let's try this. Whoops, wait a minute. That now, because you got it on your big screen, right, Landrast? But or no, you just got it on your little. I want to see that on the big screen with all the lights out. So again, that's going to be the I'll be back screen in the future. And yes, that is our fabulous new Wapilius Spellbrush animation there. So I figured Irid, since I have a bunch of extra seeds and they literally just keep going. Like I'll literally just take the dirt, chuck a bunch of pepper seeds in there, and whichever ones grow first, well, there you go. There's peppers all winter long. Because if I get those things planted, say in October, by December, we should have ourselves maybe some peppers coming up. No, maybe late December or early January, something like that. So again, as light as all this is, that is not white. There is no white on here yet. There's some very light grays, but that is it. Nothing white yet. Now again, look, I don't got two fingers on this brush here either. All right, there we are. Yeah, there were definitely some bees flying around the pepper plants there, Irid. I just let in a bunch of bees. Actually, Camda. Now I have that second 40. Well, it's basically a 405 light, the one from the that new resin stuff that I got for the resin pours. Let me hit this. Let me hit this. More light down there. So again, still nothing that is straight up white here. Light gray, yes. White, no. Choose this here, like that. Now, do we do the other side? No, not really. Nope. Let's do the other side. Okay, there we go. Now we got ourselves a little tripod constructed out of our hands, support. We'll still have to come back into this with some of our really dark stuff as well. Now, how are we looking at these engines here? Maybe I'll just take some of this. I think I also need to thin that down some more. But not too much. Okay, boom, there we go. Nope, nope, refresh. Refresh that brush. Bingo. Because there's a difference in the consistency. This what's on there is really thin paint, but now see, look at that one dot of the really thick stuff, and it sticks right there. Yeah, here there's a bunch of definitely a whole bunch of flowers on the pepper plants. Now I think some areas here we probably wiped some of our lighter stuff away with our finger. Now we also grab this to just kind of dry brush in something lighter here. Grab a little of that, maybe some of our green over here. Radiant gray. And the only way we know how to make it with violet and green. More of a little bit of dry brush action back there. Also, a little bit down here, I think. Nope, nope. Let's go with some of the turquoise down here to sort of, well, reflect our spacescape there. So yeah, we're a little ways away. I'm definitely hoping that maybe, let's see, by the end of September at least, we're able to at least start pulling some of those tomatoes off of there. And again, if we're a little bit too late and we have lots of tomato plants and not a whole bunch of tomatoes, I mean, well, everything is in place now. Everything's ready to go for next year. Because again, that whole garden thing, that was an accident that ever even happened at all this year. I mean, now I even have what is that, the irrigation machine and everything, the solar powered irrigation system, which did actually work. All right, that is lighter now. I got some ideas for that for next year. Using a big old plastic, uh, like a kitchen garbage can with that has the lid on it, so you don't get all the bugs in there. And then that would be much taller, and it would work better for the solar light to have it raised up. Because what was happening is the solar light was actually covered by all the tomato plants, and it wasn't getting any sunlight because the tomato plants got so huge. Yeah, let's hit these panels right here. Also, there's a couple of, again, some of these turrets here. No, there are no turrets back there. Ah, those need to be lighter. We'll get these real quick here. Whatever these things are. Not sure if those are some sort of weapons there or whatever. Also a little bit thinner, and we're now what, 2.5 hours in? Looks like, yeah, 2.5 hours in. And that's not the blend. This is, I think, the blending brush we were more looking for here. Back to the violet here. Not, we don't want that to be too light. A little more neutral than that, maybe. Also, thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel, to the Instagram. So you check out the Instagram, you'll see we have got a number of these ships already posted to Instagram, and of course the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That is where you're going to find all of our past sessions. So you want to see some of those other BSG ships, Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that's where you go. There's no ads there. There will not be any ads there. What there is, playlists. You say, man, I want to go see those Battlestar Galactica ships, but I don't want to have to hunt through a whole bunch of uh, thumbnails. Well, you just type in the search there. It'll take you to that playlist, and you'll be able to find all of the BSG videos there. All of our past sessions. Yeah, trying to rebuild the old stuff as well. I try to kind of have one of our brand new vids and then one of the much older vids go up there. You know, here, well, let's do this. Let's take. Well, that's right, I don't have the Van Dyke Brown out here. We'll just jerry rig something. We're gonna, oh, look at this. We're going to take some fabulous Puro. Oh, I've never done this before. Now, check this out, Cam. We're mixing Mars Black and Puro Orange. That has never happened before. First time for everything. It's kind of like a burnt umber, only massive. Wow, that's a strong color there. Just didn't want to bother getting out the Van Dyke Brown there, Camda. And I figured I already have. I mean, I got the Puro Orange out there, and I don't really need it for a while. I am going to do a little bit of stuff on the Spacescape on the base there. But Puro Orange is a terrible thing to waste, right, Camda? Now, Camden, so there was still no joy, right, on the, was that the titanium orange, right, that had the hole in it? So again, sorry that didn't quite pan out as hoped. So again, that's almost a little bit like it's got some scorching on the ends of it here. Like that. More of this dry bushy motion there. So now the engines look that much lighter because of that. In some way, it was a little bit like asphalt. Actually, maybe for one of our future painting horses videos or something like that, maybe I will try to remember to do that little bit of mix or something. I don't know. Maybe we'll give that a shot. No, we actually need to go a little darker with our blue here. I might just need at least a 10. Is this our Prussian blue? Yeah, let's bring the Prussians out here. This is it's an assault ship after all. I mean, no Prussians and we're doing an assault ship. That doesn't make much sense. So yeah, sorry that just that did not quite that was not what you were thinking was how that was going to play out, right, Camda? No, that is definitely maybe a little too dark. Also needs just a touch of thinner, I think, to help that flow. Because what I'm hoping to do here now is that. There we go. These engines are shaped differently from all the other ones we've done so far. So we're just kind of feeling our way through these. So that does it going in that direction. Now I got to do this in the other direction. This is still super heavy. I'm not turning this thing upside down. I'm just going to rotate it this way so I can do a little bit again of this kind of dry brush type stuff. But it's not a dry brush because it's mixing wet into wet. That is most definitely not a dry brush. So let's just stop with that there. Now you can see it's got a little bit more of a turquoise to it. We could hit that. Ooh, actually, we have our phthalo green out there already. How's how we do this? It was wild for sure to see this combined with interference green. That had never happened before in a stream or video or anything. The fluorescent green combined with interference green. That was pretty wild. No, not you. Maybe this guy. Yeah, Grand Oracle. It's pretty wild, right? I'm gonna take again now. That interference green that actually worked in ways that I just wasn't expecting it to. I mean, real super positive ways. Definitely some new stuff, kind of gleaned from that exercise. And again, the original plan was not necessarily to be using the interference colors at all, but they are Series 4. We got them. And, well, I wanted to put those to use. They hadn't been used since probably the Tyranid Army Painting series. Alright, let me... Is that going to be dark enough? Okay, maybe a little bit more of the Prussian blue in there. Just trying to break that down. Grand Oracle, when it was combined with those other, like the phthalo green and the fluoros, it actually acted as, it was, I don't want to say opaque, but it sort of acted a little bit like an opaque. It actually cleaned up a whole bunch of brush strokes and stuff. Now, though, there is a caveat that was all being done over dry paint. So that's another key thing is everything you see in that video, especially with the interference colors, everything underneath that was dry. That makes a big difference. And again, that is on the Patreon page. I just put up probably video number 5 for the month. There's something like that. It's either 4 or 5. I try to get a new video up there roughly every 3 days, which is why we have somewhere around 10 videos a month, usually 20 to 25 hours worth of videos every single month, brand new vids. Are you getting that much from your streaming services that cost, well, more than 15 bucks a month? I don't have any of those streaming services, but I'm going to guess they cost more than 15 bucks a month. You also get the round about 2,500 hours now of all the previous videos. Every tutorial that I've ever made since 2013. They're all there. Plus all the new stuff. There's terrain stuff, basing, dioramas, Airbrush, yes, and there's lots of acrylic stuff there too. It's not just oil paints. Oh, look at that. That has set enough to where I can actually go with this little bit of very translucent turquoise here because it's got the floral green in it. So again, now see that kind of almost has a little bit of a glow to it right there as well. Now we're still, we're not quite at hour 3, but right around when we get to hour 3, that's when we start to play around with doing some of the panel lines. And then at long last, we have panel line Galactica. I'll try a little bit of that turquoise up there, and a little bit along this result. Let's try it again. Yeah, just a little something there, maybe a little something here. Up here now. Also there. Also here. Yeah, like that. Okay, maybe stop. At least for now. Gotta let that stuff set. We shall move on actually darker stuff here to there's a whole bunch of little crazy edges gotta be cleaned up. So Mars black here. Actually, let me grab this. There you are. One of our liner, but I should have gotten more of these Grant Oracle when the getting was good, when they were still $4, 68 cents, whatever they were. Yep, should have grabbed me more of those. Or we're gonna be hitting this stuff with really light stuff next anyway, but yeah, some of these will clean out. Like these guys here, we lost the line that separates them. Did we do some? Yeah, well, some of these gotta made the same deal over here. And not doing our panel line stuff just yet. We're kind of going in here and like see this edge is a little bit too wonky. We'll straighten that out. Maybe even some areas where the printing part of it wasn't so super perfect, so we'll just kind of paint in the detail a little bit. You can do that too. Well, we have to do it all the time on weird traditional cast miniatures. Why not here? I was starting to do the same thing. It's like, no, those are painted in. These are the actual sculpted shapes that were painted in shapes here, and I was just about to start doing some lines on those. Oh, no, wait a minute. Those aren't sculpted in. Grant Oracle, I'm just going to have to, I think if that paint sale was still going on, well, for that Adepticon class, I better start just compiling things again for that Adepticon class. And I might well be using it's gonna be a combination of the Paul Rubens and the Griffin Alkids. And that is going to be, again, a class at Adepticon next year. Let me do this there. Like that. Now, actually, recoil, how. That was just kind of sitting on the table, right? I'm guessing that any kind of mount for that, or what would you call it, the helicopter light or the fan hologram there. You probably have to buy that separate, I would assume. It's probably just the hologram light, and that is it for the initial purchase. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, there should be. Well, I have tons of tripods here. I guess if it doesn't come with one, as long as there's some kind of tripod mount for it, I've got like at least 6 different tripods here. Okay, let me put my finger over here, and we'll just try to do that line and get that back. There we go. Both of those lines got kind of verschmizzled there. This line too. Yeah, so Lethal Shadows would not be the only guy at Adepticon with one of those crazy hologram fans. We'd certainly have to have Wapelius Spellbrush on the hologram, right? Recoil. I'm guessing you need to. It's not really a color type thing, so you need to have stuff with some pretty strong light and dark values, right? Recoil. This needs to be fixed up to like that. We'll do some, maybe not that. These things might even have to almost think about another pinline wash on those. We also have to do the barrel, the barrels here. Let's get the ends of those, just like our 1800 scale ships. Usually around about this time, that's where we're kind of reconstructing the barrels on them. The ends of the ends of the barrels. Now I'm just going to do a little bit more of the darker stuff here. We are just about at hour 3, and that means again I'll break out some of the fast matte white, and then we can do some really light stuff here. Oh, our lighter red. Let's get that out of here. We will just use in here the basically alkyd alizarin. We're gonna mix a little bit of that not radiant violet there. That should be lighter for this. Same on this side. And let me grab a little bit of our white there. See what this is going to look like here. There we are. I'm not sure I want it too much later than what we're doing right now. I think need even more thinner on that, cause yeah, look at that, it sticks. It had to be thinner than what was there. Now we got it. Now we got. Let's go back to our darker stuff because I have these gun mounts up here. Didn't need the end of the beer rolls. Didn't need some of this. These almost look like double-barreled, like 88s or something. They're like twin-linked 88s. They have that kind of distinctive look to them. I think we didn't get that on this one too. There's a couple of lines up here that I'm going to try to enhance these a little. Yeah, maybe that shape too, right over there. Bam. These two guys up here, let me, like, I don't know what those are supposed to be. Reinforce those couple lines. I think we got those back. So now let's try to introduce a little bit of our panel lineage here. Starting easy to reach places, right, Judge Dave? How you doing? Thank you so much for being here, Judge. I think there is someone found a system. I don't think it was OPR, but somebody did find a system where you could use these. I think there was a Battlestar Galactica game. I think there are still rules for that. Now, of course, our regular. Do I have them in here? No, I don't have it easily reachable. But I mean, I suppose you could adapt Battlefleet Gothic rules as well if you wanted to do that. But I think somewhere there does exist some kind of a system for this. Ah, there you go. So recoil was just reminded. So it's the Star Wars Armada fan rules. Now, I've never played Star Wars Armada, so that's why it's not really the first thing that comes to mind. But there you go. So Star Wars Armada fan rules will work. Now, these files are free on Thingiverse, but they're not the easiest things to print out. You can't print them out small, so you can't print them out the size of, say, Battlefleet Gothic ships. This is what, like 100mm round base here or something, and all of our Battlestars are basically on those type of, including the original battle. Oh, look at that. That'll give you just an idea how big this Kobol class assault ship is. There's your original Galactica there. And then, yeah, this is what, our 7th one? Yeah, so this one we did I think this was 3 weeks ago. We did the Ranger class battleship there. Camda just provided the link to the Thingiverse, again, where all the free files are. These are all free. They are on Thingiverse. So thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Was it? Oh, there was the Loki class, and then there was We just did Battlestar Hades. There was Battlestar Titan. Oh, the Atomic Carrier. That's another one that we did. Yeah, Canada. This is truly. I mean, I knew it was bigger, right, when I was printing it and everything else, but then to see it and even holding it up next to Galactica when it wasn't painted yet, still didn't quite give the size differential. But now that we've been painting on it for 3 hours, and we even have glowy stuff and everything, yeah, that really says holy smokes. Thanks, Judge Dave. Appreciate that. Now, again, we will be on our next Monday stream. We're going back to our 1/1800 scale ships here. Again, until I secure myself some more resin and print out some more here. Now, Rico, do you need like your own version of the Hasty Hobbit screen there? So it does come with some form of a tripod then, huh, Recoil? I mean, you would think it does, especially for what, 100 and something bucks, that it would have some kind of mount to it. But again, as long as I can mount something to, on some kind of tripod, I have so many of those. Fine, we'll get a couple extra things. So all of these panel lines here, they do not exist. Like this here, we did the Aztecing portion of it, and now look, you can see there on those engine colonies, right? Those don't exist. Those aren't sculpted on. We are painting those on. So it was extra. Now, was it just kind of your standard tripod? Well, we'll see. I'll be looking at the feedback on those for sure. I mean, there's no rush on that. I would literally not be able to use it anywhere until March of next year. So that is not something we're going to rush into. So here again, creating some more panels over here. Alright, so again, none of that stuff exists. This is all being created here. Same deal over here. Gotta come back, get some more. Oh, it's a ceiling mount. There we go. So again, on our Thursday stream, we're going to be doing more of our Spacescapes, of course. There's still so much terrain to paint. I'm very tempted to break out some terrain to paint on our Friday and Saturday streams this week. Which way do we want to roll with this? We're going to go that way. Ooh, here, let's secure that back line over there. Thank you so much, Judge Dave. Appreciate that. We have all of our little hobbitses. You're not going to call me a tin can. It's like, well, if you are, you're a really big tin can. Actually, we don't really have a whole lot of tin, do we? Oh, how do you make all that metal armor? It's like, I just thought it was all mithril. It's like, dude, that's expensive. Oh, it's actually. Oh, I was spraying the Hobbit farm. Yes, basically the two-story Hobbit farm. That was. I was giving that a little bit of the acrylic spray. That's a decent roll, a solid roll for Judge Dave on again. The big Gandalf 6. So thank you so much, Dave. That's right. I sprayed. Actually, tomorrow. I'll be doing this piece of terrain for Harad. But yes, we have another one of our Hobbit holes that is sprayed. Let me see, we did 6 of those. Yeah, we painted 6 of those on stream. Here's a couple of them right there. We also did a video where we added all the grass and flowers and everything else. And again, next Monday we'll be getting back into 1/1800 scale ships. It's either going to be either Gneisenau, no, yeah, Gneisenau or Bismarck, one of those two. All right, back to it. Here, just get my finger balanced on that. Thanks again, Judge Dave. Appreciate that follow. Super helpful. Oh, it's well, we're oh gee, well, okay, so we're getting closer to the was it the 9,500 mark there? It looks like yeah. I'd kind of lost track of where we were on that. It's getting a little bit too thick there. We're going to use this somewhere else to thin that down. And you can see there sometimes your panel lineage is not just going to go in the same direction. It's going to be maybe a little bit of an angle there. I might do a similar thing right over here. Let me go this way with it now. So again, we have all kinds of fun little panel lines going different directions. And on something like this, when you see something like individual panels, it gives you a better sense of scale. Because your mind's kind of says, oh yeah, I know how big that should be. And real life or whatever, so then you make that association. Okay, if it's that size on that figure, whatever, then it must be kind of this size or this scale. And remember, we'll be coming back into this with the our fast mat white, especially again now that we are past hour 3 now. So 3 hours 7 minutes and 32 seconds ago. This was just primer. There was no paint on it. This is all our traditional oil paints right here from start to finish. There was no zenithal. There was none of that. It was just some dark primer, turquoise on the base, and sort of a Payne's gray almost on the ship itself. Couple extra little, yeah, let's reinforce that. Now back here, we might also, we didn't do a whole lot of the Aztecing back here, but maybe we can try to work in a few little panel lines back here. Just something very small and simple. Like this. Not much, a little something there too. Now, who knows, maybe by the next time we're painting Galactica ships, we might be able to get something like one of the base stars printed up. Now, I don't know about the Resurrection ship. That might be a little bit of a tall order right there, doing the Resurrection ship. Either that or we just glue together a whole bunch of supports and call it a Resurrection ship. Which may not really be all that far off. Let me get this. Get a couple little extra panel line things going on up here. Let me reorient We were, yeah, let's attack it this way. So again, even here on the engine things, putting some panel lines there that, I mean, maybe weren't there initially. Something that goes this way, then maybe again at an angle. No, no, no. I'm going to go this way with it. Split that into a different direction. So now again, we are over 3 hours in. As we proceed, more and more of the detail areas, that's what we start to focus on. Initially, didn't even realize we wanted to do that as a glowing thing. And then we changed the way the glow was going to work from kind of an interior glow to one that's almost more of an exterior type of glow. So, yes, we changed the hemoglobin on this by we just literally took one of our blending. We could see the green on there. We just wiped away what we didn't really like, and that's the that's the beauty of the oil paints. There are no mistakes with the oil paints, just makeup sponges. It's in the book of Wapple. It says so in the great book. See you later there, Arid. And again, I hope that you have a blast on your Friday and Saturday streams and get that much closer to being done with the big project. Everybody, please give Arid a follow. And Arid, if you want to post your Pinterest link one more time before you head off to Slumberland, maybe do that. And we will be again on our Thursday stream. We're gonna do more multi-scapes here. Again, this is what we did our last stream here. Again, we're gonna do more of these space landscapes too. So that's what is gonna be coming next on our Thursday stream. One stream, 4 spacescapes, made possible by the oils, of course. Get that a little bit, yeah. I think there is. Is there a difference how this side? Oh no, maybe not a difference how the two sides are arranged there. There's just sometimes where it almost seems like we don't have it symmetrical on both sides, but I think it is. So thank you so much, Judge Dave, for the follow, and well, hopefully we see you either on the Thursday stream, the Friday stream, or the Saturday stream. We stream on all of those days. So appreciate the follow, and maybe see you then, Dave. Find a little extra light there. So in a little bit, just a few minutes, we'll go and we'll get that much lighter stuff, lighter color out here. And then we can, again, start to really put in some of our lightest lights here. So we're overall just looking for something lighter. I think you could see, compared to Galactica Actual, right, the overall color of this is lighter because we're kind of going traditional Galactica, which means a lighter color overall on our ship here then. Where is that? Fast matte white. It's kind of buried because of our Necron thing, so we're going to just get some of this out here. Now, if we've got paint on our hands, like this, or even, I got a little bit there, just literally a minute or two warm water dish soap, it's all gone. I mean, it's just, that's it. It is all gone, but just a little bit, again, of dish soap. Right, Jet, and again, congratulations there, Jet. Jet, I don't know if you've been, had a chance to do a whole lot of painting or printing of stuff, but if you want to share stuff in the chat, Jet, please go ahead. Great to see you again. So happy Tuesday. So again, working with our fast matte white, not that weird chunk hanging off of that string. Okay, we got another little string on here too. We'll get rid of that. So Jet, hopefully the rest of the weekend was kind. You had lots of fun. And again, the week got off to a good start. We doing, yeah, we're doing a little extra light there. A little something on the, nope, not there. Fine, we'll just take our blending brush to it then and just do that again. There. Also over there. So this is not Galactica. We did that was our very first ship that we did. This is a Kobol class assault ship here. Last week was Battlestar Hades. The week before that was Battlestar Titan. The week before that was the Atomic Carrier. This was again our very first one, and that is Galactica Actual there. And you can see there's a bit of a size difference. This is pretty much the largest that I can print. I can maybe go a half an inch longer than this ship, maybe. But beyond that, this is about as big as it gets here. Well, that is until the base stars, right, Camda? And then things get even bigger. And again, we've got, this is what, number 7. This is the 7th of our Galactica style ships that we've painted. And they're all going to end up, again, on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That's where you'll be able to check those out. Now we're painting this up as if it were part of the kind of the old era of Galactica style ships. So more the original show as opposed to the early 2000s Galactica. Hence the lighter hull colors. Because it just seemed kind of appropriate with this whole shape. And to me, this right here, that was the big giveaway there. That this is an older era ship. So have yourself a good flight there, Jet. Which, yes, I do acknowledge the irony of that particular statement. Indeed. I think, I don't think I'm going to be sticking my hand on that. Oh, also here I'm going to, no, not there. Get rid of that. And some ports here of our glowing conduit. I might try to also maybe get some things a little bit brighter there. Oh, yeah, let me. Now, this architecture over here, that is a little bit more like your new era Galactica. These kind of those exposed beams there. I'll lighten up this too. Here, and then another. Nope, I gotta go back and thin that down. Also, maybe lighten up that. That panel, this panel, also that. So 3 hours, 21 minutes ago, we just started to slap some paint on the spacescape on the base. Down there, ooh, speaking of which, while I got this light stuff here, can you even see? Okay, now I think you can sort of see it. I almost forgot our two stars there. Okay, there we go. That really helped to lighten that up. I knew there was something missing down there. I was surprised when I brought out that the our 1800 scale aircraft carrier that it was. I don't know if it was quite as long as this, but it was pretty darn close. I was really surprised. I mean, that's at least Galactica size there, as far as how long it is. Now, is this okay? That's Dunkirk. That's not Richelieu. That is Dunkirk. That's one of our Marina Nationale ships there. And we have gotten a start on the Royal Navy too. We did Repulse so far. Oh, and Rodney. Recoil. Oh, geez. Okay, we must have snapped that one off of there or something. We definitely have to. We need to do some Vipers recoil. It would be. It wouldn't be a Galactica channel without some Vipers, right? Actually, recoil. Didn't we look to find some helmets, some 3D printable helmets for BSG? I could swear that we did. We must have. I can even. I think I even remember maybe looking at some links that you might have sent me. I think it might have to be the old classic era helmets, right? Recoil. I think those would be nifty. I mean, we print those out in FDM, and then we can sand those down, fill things up to try and get rid of any weird the lines and such, or at least most of them. Actually, recoil. Who knows? Maybe some parts of that print them out in FDM. Oh, that vehicle that I was talking about. There's I think the tracks and the hull. It did have FDM options. Now maybe it's just okay. It's solid versus hollowed because the 3D the FD sorry the resin version obviously it was hollowed for the hull and the tracks. But that might be something. Maybe print that vehicle bigger, but print it out in FDM if they bothered to make files that would work for it. Making that a little lighter. We'll do the same on that angle. Maybe we'll lighten you up a little. Maybe you. Oh boy, that photo etch stuff, that is tricky stuff, isn't it, Revless? I have only worked with that very, 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 very seldom. I have at least two of the 118, no, 1700 scale ships. And one of those is West Virginia. That also has photo etch stuff. Oh, that's right. John from Warlord. He was. I think it was USS Wasp he made, and that was like 1/350 scale or something. And there was tons of photo etched railings and masts and all kinds of stuff like that. That aged him a bit. Yeah, that took some years off the lifespan. Yeah, that only adds to the complexity, right, Revlis? Now here, I think we're not really going to be sticking our hands on that so much anymore. At least hope not. So I'm going to try to really come on in here and get the edge of this corner nice and sharp there. It's almost too much. There's a little too much thinner in there. That was wanting to kind of wander around a little. That's one of those things with the oils. It's kind of the only way to learn that is by doing it and maybe having some things not exactly go your way. It's just like with the printing stuff. Some of the hardest lessons that I've had to learn were on the printing side of things, and I didn't necessarily want to learn those the hard way, but sometimes that is the only way. So yeah, the Revless, I'm not quite sure. I would imagine that not all model kits are created equal, and I guess it doesn't really matter what the scale is. I'm not quite sure who does, say the best 1/700 scale ships or the best 1/350 or whatever. Because that seems to be the other scale that I see a lot is the 1/350 scale. I'm not sure if Cruel Seas is that scale. It might be. I believe the largest ships that they even do for cruel seas might be something like a corvette or maybe an escort ship or something. Or destroyer escort, that's it. Those are some seriously tiny ships. Okay, on these gun mounts are just trying to find those few little really light areas. Don't want to take out some of the darks that we did in there. Like it's maybe some of that on the end of the barrels again. So thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate you sharing that link there. Again, that is to the Patreon page. We just put the latest video up there. It was all about true metallic metals with the oils, also object source lighting. And they were Necrons involved. We'll just put it that way. We actually have two different army painting series on the Necrons. Well, one's actually in acrylics, and the other one is in oils. Let me try. Yeah, I don't want to do this too light here. I don't want to do that too heavy. This little light here on top, and then we got these here. Those need some light there too. Now to this side of our, again, this is a Kobol class assault ship. I'm just wondering if all these little things there may be supply drops or something like that, or maybe they're all drop ships. I don't know. I think, but there may be supply cans or something like that. Lighten you up too there, yeah. Also here. Oh yeah, let's definitely lighten up that corner, that corner. Fine, we'll make both of those panels light or whatever. Now, let me see if we can lighten up what's going on back here. That. And maybe even just lighten up a couple of panels here. Let me move this over there and then maybe lighten up that. Start getting some light on the edge. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of stuff back here. Let's definitely focus on here for a little while now. All the way back here. I think this was an area where I was kind of waiting for some of the clay stuff to, again, not dry, but set, because this is one of the first areas that we hit with it. Another lighter panel there, fine. Another lighter panel over here. Also here, and then maybe a little extra again on these glowing parts here. Did we find a little bit of extra light there? Another lighter panel there. So we have these mountings. So we're gonna try, and I think might have to go back with some of our dark on the edge of those. It's just the edges are a little frazzled. We might have to, as we say, deferschmizzle those. Trying to get my light there. We did. We need to get a little bit of light there. Looks like we did. Yeah, Camden. I'm not. Oh gosh, did they have the same one on Pegasus, Camden? I just boy it. Well, it's been long enough now. It's been long enough, and I don't think you can stream it on Amazon. Again, I couldn't tell you last thing I saw on Amazon Prime was Thursday Night Football. That's it, and that's only because I could just kind of have it on my phone. I think while I was making food or something. I believe that's the last place I watched it was on Amazon Prime. So I don't know if it's still there. It would be handy if it was. Oh boy, now Rico, those must look fabulous. Now, so Rico, how does the color end up looking on those? Because I'm pretty sure now the ones that now again Lethal Shadows got those a while ago, but I think he's gotten some new ones. I don't know if the color is kind of limited, or again if that's like maybe some of the earlier ones were just very limited in terms of color. Camda, that is very popular. Actually, Kathy and her friend, I think they saw every episode. I don't know if it was multiple times, but I think they watched every single season of that. Aren't there like 47 seasons of that, Camda? I mean, the two kids, they start out, they're like 5 years old, and now they're about 60 or something. Hey there's Sea Dragon. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, Sea Dragon. Here, we'll show you. I mean, I knew this was bigger than our Galactica, but oh my goodness. It's bigger than Galactica. Look at that. So we got, yeah, look at that. It is at least a good 20% larger. And also, look at this. It is massive. So great to see there, Sea Dragon. I think there might have been 2 episodes, I think, of that I might have seen. So it's 2K HD, and the colors come through pretty well, huh, Rico? Boy, that is so different. Actually, Rico, if that's the case, then we could have like our we could be projecting this on there, and I guess would it have those same kind of oranges too? I guess some folk, well, they have them as Christmas decorations there, recoil. Yeah, I guess that's, and some people are doing it as Halloween. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's some kind of ad where it looks like there's these two ghostly kids or something like that walking around, but that must be, the two of these hologram projector things side by side or something. But now recoil, I'm starting to like this idea for Halloween more and more. Actually, Camda, gee whiz. Speaking of which, it's not that far away from ornaments. All right, Camda, ornament season can't be far away. I think actually wasn't it last year we started out with Arda, didn't we? I think so. Yeah, it's gonna be that time to start painting ornaments again. And of course, bestest of all planets is right, and then yeah. So we'll have to be. And I know I've got more of those little. Again, they're basically like gigantic ping pong balls. Recoil, I would imagine. I'm not sure it would take a finger off, but it would probably bust it up pretty good, wouldn't it? So yeah, I could see myself doing a little not paying attention, forgetting it was there. Then all of a sudden there's a little bit of an owie. There's just nothing. There is no comparison, right, Camda? No Kuiper Belt object can compare to its majesty. Let me go back to this again. This is our kind of our not radiant violet, the darker version of that. That is going to go down here. It's got an atmosphere. Actually, Camda, I do have a T-shirt that says something like, Pluto 1937 to whatever 2000, whenever. I don't know where that. I know where that shirt is now. Now I remember. Yeah, recoil. I would imagine it's gonna try and saw off my fingers several times. Now, lethal shadows. I'm pretty sure they have theirs like well over. You would literally have to climb up on a ladder to be able to get to theirs at the conventions and such. So they're pretty safe for passers-by. Wouldn't quite be the case at Fort Wapple though. Those would be about head high. So I could see somebody just looking at their phones or something, not paying attention, and all of a sudden, it's they have their Marie Antoinette moment or something like that. Because of course we're not going to have it vertical, we're going to have it horizontal, right? Recoil, it's more fun that way. Yes, we'll have it in full head slicing mode. Well, recoil, I could actually see. Now, this is something I could see. It's like, how the heck do you turn this thing on, right? Because you're trying to activate it with your phone or something. I guarantee you it'll try to chop my head off, or my hand, or both at the same time. Yeah, I think I should be wearing like my old welder's gloves or something like that when I'm trying to mess around with that thing. because that'll make it real easy to work with my phone. You know what? I'm going to lighten up that too a little bit there. Let me do this. A little bit more of our light there. Now, so let's get 3 hours, 45 minutes ago. How much paint was on this baby? There was positively none. There was no paint on here. This has all happened just in the last, not even 4 hours. Oh, that needs to be lighter there too. I'm sure there's all kinds of, read this safety thing first, right, on the recoil. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm 100% sure that is definitely going to try and chop off several different body parts. Oh yeah, recoil. The other thing I have to do is for Wednesday. I wanna I wanna try and make a few songs to have in advance. Uh, I've got a few humorous ideas. So instead of just reacting to situations with songs, I want to have a couple of other well-known hits, right? Recoil. Sorry that is being so painful there, Revless. But again, when I hear the words photo etch, usually extreme pain goes along with it. That and decals. That's right. Yes, that and decals. Much like mustard is the most hated and lethal condiment known to humankind, decals, the death and bane of everybody that works on scale models for sure. I'm going to try and lighten you up a little bit on this side here. We did that one already. Might just lighten up a few more of these panels. And then this thing here, what is happening with that? Lighter edge there. And I think, yeah, we're getting, see, we're just about in the same area now as far as how light some of that got. There we go. We're getting there. Now, hopefully that doesn't take too long there, Revless. As always, the best ability is availability. I'm going to lighten up that panel right there. And we're going to try and get some more lights going on up here on the forward section of our hull. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. More of have this latest light here. Another panel. Maybe that panel's getting a little later than I was initially hoping, but I think the panels around it are pretty light too. So now over here, I've been sticking my hand on this a bunch. That two. This two. And then this. Might have to come back. Let me do that before I forget. Some of our armor is black. Because that got a little bit messed up right there. And then we're going to also... There's a couple of other ones, these edges that also got fudged a little bit there. What about that? I think that's pretty good there. That's another edge we're going to try and fix up. Now here, let me... something a little bit more mid-range gray next to this red stripe here. That crept forward a little bit too much. Some of our much later color now. Behind it. Get rid of that. There's a couple little small shapes trying to get the light on there if I can. Some light right along there, and then this edge, that edge. That one too. More of our light all the way up here. Yep, here too. Even if I have to lose that one panel line that I painted in there. Again, I've been sticking my hand on that so many times, we're just kind of wiping that away over and over again. Now down here, let me try some of this. Nope, that is going to be too late. We will retreat from that. Here, this is going to be a very interesting radiant gray. That is phthalo green mixed with that purple whatever stuff from Paul Rubens. It does make for a interesting kind of bluish gray. That was a bit too dark there. We got to lighten that up, whatever that is. We'll lighten up a bit more of that. Whatever those are again. I'm not sure what those are. Again, I don't think these are any kind of, maybe actually these pods separate from the ship and these two pods land or something like that. I don't know. There's definitely a whole lot of gun mounts on them for sure. I'm going to try to get some lights maybe again now down on the ventral side of the hull. We've done all this stuff on the dorsal side. Camden, there's still a part of me of we were talking about making Camden paints. Like literally, they would just be your paints with your label on them, and they would just be called Camden paints. I am so thinking about like this here again, taking this phthalo green and mixing it with this crazy sort of violet color here, and just sticking that in a tube, and then giving it a name, and we use it. We use it under streams, and so people are like, "Oh man, what color is that you're using?" We're like, "Oh, it's gonna be like Welsh Landic Gray, right, Camden? You won't be able to get it anywhere. It's completely exclusive." You know what? Let me throw some of that on there. I mean, that's what makes things have value, right, Camden? It's all about exclusivity. If it's something you can get anywhere and everywhere, there's no value to that, right? How about a paint that you can't buy? So is that we're gonna just call it the exclusive line, Camden? It's gonna be exclusive gray and exclusive violet. Is that just going to be Egyptian violet mixed with an extender there? So that would be exclusive violet. Oh, there we go. Fast drying Egyptian violet. Quick dry Egyptian violet. That's exclusive violet. Yes, they're the colors you can't buy. That is that going to be the catchphrase, Camda? The colors you can't buy. I just since I'm going to have to essentially, stick all those paints into the tubes for the class. I was actually very tempted to just kind of like literally make special colors since they're all going to have to be shoved in those tubes anyways. What's it? Oh yeah, unobtainium. Is that usually what it's called? I mean, we already call our heavy gloss gel elementium. So we just again put some of it right there. Again, that is our own little special homebrew mix of turquoise gray. Ooh, there you go. Phthalo gray. Phthalo gray turquoise shade. And then there will be the phthalo gray violet shade. That'll be even more expensive because that'll have Egyptian violet in it. I think it's kind of the underpants gnome's approach to selling paint, I guess. Now let me get some more of this phthalo gray purple shade or turquoise shade out here. It actually is a very interesting color to say the least. And all kidding aside, when it comes to grays, I know that people they actually buy gray paint. I mean, it's so much easier to just A, make your own. It is cheaper to B, make your own, and you're just going to get far more interesting grays that are going to work better for whatever it is that you're painting. Because most grays, they tend to just be the same, literally dead gray. They took ivory black and mixed it with white, and wow, yeah. I mean, you can do that. You can do that. You shouldn't. Why would you want to pay for the privilege of mixing two colors that you definitely already have? Now let's see. Well, Camda. Now I'm starting to visualize. It's going to be called the out of stock line of paint, and the display rack is just an empty rack. And that's the out of stock line of paints there. Now, Camda, you've heard me talk about. I forget how many years ago this was when I first saw. I think it must have been scale 75 or something like that. I think it was them, and it was a set of 10 gray paints for $50. And that's when I realized I wasn't in the right business, Camda. I saw this. It was the same 10 gray dead paints, $50 for 10 jars of gray paint. And it sounds even more ludicrous now telling that story than, I don't know, 15 years ago when I first saw that or whatever. Maybe about 12 years ago when I first saw that. Now, of course, Welsh Landic Grey is very different, right, Camda? It's a whole different animal. Especially Welsh Landic Cadmium Grey shade. Nah, you know what? I'm going to chuck a little bit of that in there. Also, over there, I think we're pretty good on that side. Now we'll go to a lighter. We did this on the other side. We got to do this on the port side now. Also, a little something in there. So yeah, the out of stock paint line. It's just never there. You can order it, it just never arrives. Because it's always out of stock. I want. Let me try this. Is this gonna be too light over here? Nope, I don't think so. I'm really not sure what these crazy little panel things are that separate all this stuff in here. I really don't know what that's supposed to be. And again, the reason why this has a little bit of that turquoise on it is because of what we have on the base there. any more? Yeah, let's do a little bit more of our light there. We have actually have some of our violet down here. I can see that. I wish Camda. I'm gonna have to see if I can find even smaller tubes of paint because I think the ones that I found they were 20 mils. If I can find even smaller ones, either that or I put it in. Oh, I could put it in. I could put it in one of these. We wouldn't need very much of it then. For phthalo gray purple shade. I wonder, Canada, because maybe it's because I typed in like 20 mil tubes or something like that. I'll see if I can type in 5 milliliter tube because that would be ideal. I know I've already gotten 2 packages of the 20 mils or whatever. Yeah, the 20s, but I'll have to look there, Camda. You'll have to remind me to look for 5 milliliter tubes on Amazon. Because if that's the case there, Camda, one tube of Paul Rubens is going to get me 10 tubes for that class. Actually, I think the only tube, let's see, I think I had a cobalt blue and a cobalt violet. Oh, that's it, cobalt violet. And, gosh, what was the, brown madder alizarin. Those little tiny tubes, yeah, I had 5 of those. Or those two colors of the 5 milliliters. Not that I would, that would actually be better because then I could have more colors in the class, as in different colors instead of like, okay, here's like 6. Because they're not going to need 20 mil tubes for that class. They wouldn't even need 5s. If you took all the paint combined that should be out on that palette, it wouldn't be 5 milliliters. Actually, those must be. Do I even have that one? Well, that just landed on the floor here. But it was one of those. It's one of those tubes of paint from. Oh gosh, what is it? From Verco's vault. It's like the size of a super glue tube. Yeah. I think those were 5s that they sent me. Alright, let's get this going here. Also here. I will probably have to do the same thing on the starboard. Yep, gotta do the same thing on the starboard side here. I'm pretty sure that most of the watercolor tubes I had were 10s. 10s or 12, whatever. They definitely were not, they certainly weren't 18s. Yeah, we'll have to search that tomorrow, see what we can find. Because then we can certainly make a tube of, let's see, a phthalo gray purple shade. I'm starting to think I should do a color theory and oils episode on that, Camda. essentially, I mean, in all seriousness, it would be kind of taking your favorite color blends and just sticking them in a tube because you mix them every single time, right, Candace? So that's, as I know we're having some fun here, a little bit of jocularity there, but it is actually a potential convenient thing to just go, you know what, I mix this color every single time. Look, I'm just going to mix that, a big batch of it, and shove it in a tube of paint. In fact, I think I'm gonna, no matter what, I'm gonna get those 5 mil tubes so that we can do that on a video, and then, well, maybe even also show people how you can. We'll get some palette knives. Oh yeah, for the first time I get to use palette knives for paint instead of for like tile grout and a bunch of other things you really shouldn't be using palette knives for. So there, I just made a little change in that there. You know what? This here, that should probably be later. Let's just lighten that up. Also, this one. Fine. We'll do it some more. Nice to see you there, Plank Walker. Happy Tuesday. Appreciate you being here, Plank Walker. And yes, another Panaline Galactic here, the biggest of all of our Panaline Galacticas. This is the Kobol class assault ship. And it's a biggie. It is definitely the biggest of all of our Galactica ships that we've done so far. Plankwalker, I almost did do myself in with one of those because I would stick that thing in my back pocket and I used it so often in my oil painting class that one edge of it was razor sharp. And you can guess what happened when I went back there once to reach for it absent-mindedly. I'll let you imagine what the details are. It was not ideal. I think I might even still have that palette knife around. But when you use those things often enough, especially if you're using the same edge all the time, they can get pretty darn sharp. So Revless, that I don't know. I just took a guess. It's a stab that this is a bigger ship. Now, of course, Battlestar Pegasus was supposed to be significantly larger than Battlestar Galactica. Because I think the whole point behind that was that it was all automated, and it could be a larger ship and not need a larger crew. In fact, I think it might have even had less crew on it than Galactica did. But I think there's also, what was it? Oh yeah, the Raptor Tender, and there's a fleet recovery ship too. I don't think I've done those. That Raptor Tender could be kind of a big one. I was pretty sure that that Loki class ship was also a really big ship too. Let me see what we can do over here with these. At least the initial ones here that you can kind of see. Yeah, not doing a ton here on this ventral section. Let's just get back to our dorsal section again here. Mars black again. I still keep thinking of our 1800 scale ships there, Camden, and I keep looking around for mooring cleats. I do think we'll see the return of sponsons, though, Camden. I think sponsons will make a return with our 1800 scale ships. Let me hit that. Also that. Do I still? Yes, I still have my fast mat weight over here. Let's just break that. Actually, let me just do a little thinner on that just to have it over there. Got our light over here. A little more. That edge. A little something there. Bam. Well, I guess we made that as light as we could already. Ooh, here's another place where we could certainly use some here. Nah, that went a little astray. We'll do that. Lighter. Maybe there. We'll hit that. I think we lost it. Yeah, oh, that's right. I think my finger ran into that. We're gonna bring back some of our light there too. Yeah, that kind of wiped some of that away. My finger just kind of bumped into that. Boy, that really could be made lighter. I don't think it can be made that much lighter. That's fine. What do we got here? It's a micro blending brush there. We'll use it again there. And then this finally, okay, yeah, that all was much darker than it should be there. Now, can we? I think we've pretty much gotten these guys as light as they can be. So again, this was our kind of a little glowing type of conduit, whatever here. Me somehow didn't get the lighter edges on those, and okay, now we got that. That works. Not too late. If that gets too light here, our object source lighting becomes object source shading. We don't want that. We don't want that. Those not any lighter than what we got. Oh, these things here, I'll make those lighter too. Not Revless, they are very hungry too, aren't they? And they're insatiable. Yeah, that's it. They're never satisfied. Right, Revless, even if you were to drop a whole set of parts on there, it only wants the ones that you need the most. That's it, Revless, yes. It's a picky eater. It's not satisfied with just any old part. So even if you were to dump out 2 model kits worth of sprues on the floor, it would not be interested in those. So there is a... Oh, okay. That part just didn't print there. Okay, so there is this thing over here. It's just that part is not there. Okay, that's why they're different. So now we are, what, at 4 hours, 21 minutes, it looks like? Yep, 4 hours, 21 minutes on our fabulous ship that had no paint on it 4 hours and 21 minutes ago. We started out with, we just did a little bit of dry brush stuff on the ship here. Just get something lighter on there. We set that aside. Then we painted the base. Actually, I might... Looking over at my... No, actually, I don't think I'm going to fool around with that. I think we will leave that be. A little bit right here by these, and that might also inform a glow there. These guys, tricky to get at here. Then a little something back there. We need a little light here. So again, that's the light reflecting down onto that portion of the hull there. Fine, I'll just make that lighter. I think there's another couple of panels, and I'm going to lighten up. And these things here, okay, let's make that lighter. And then these guys on this side. So the other side is fine. This side, somehow, again, might have stuck my finger on these, and that's why these are just darker here. Also, that little bit. Yeah, that helps on those. I have to say, Cam, I'm kind of getting used to these triangle-shaped brushes here. It does keep stuff from rolling around, I got to tell you. And I think the other thing, now I can't really confirm it, I haven't actually used them enough, but it almost encourages more this kind of a grip on the brush rather than this here, because otherwise you end up with that big thing behind you. So I think this, look at this. If your fingers were meant to be on the metal ferrule, Camden, wouldn't this be? The ferrule would be this shape, not this shape. Yeah, I think that's a message right there, Camden. Mm-hmm. A message in our favor. It's just reinforcing what we already tell them. Again, there's more of our fabulous phthalo gray purple shade. So Cam, I'm just wondering if I can like through say sticky brand, right? The guys that do my stickers make kind of a generic label, and then maybe make a label that I print that just literally has the name of the color on it. And of course, we still have to do our fabulous color swatch on the label, right? Camden wouldn't be the same without the color swatch. I'm just not quite sure how something like, say, the Sticky Mule or Sticker Mule guys would, or Sticky Brand, how well they would wrap around the tubes. The sticker's a little bit too firm for that. They would actually be too big for 5 milliliter tubes, I'm pretty sure. Alright, we're doing that now. Some more of this. Also a little bit lighter. Some of these other panels in here. So again, that's a whole bunch of Aztecing, a whole bunch of panel lines that normally not there at all. Oh, I'm trying to the Universum. There you go. Recoil. Is that the? That's the one color that they get is Universum. It's just every color mixed together. Let me hit a little light on the edges of those, and then up here. Also, I need some right there. Kind of working past a little steer. Nah, I need more thinner. Fine. Ooh, that was almost too much. That was borderline too much thinner there. So yes, it'll be a generic paint color number 1, number 2. But they look all the same. It's like, no, you're not seeing the subtle differences. Or no, you're looking at them all in film noir mode. Let me get this pains. Okay, that's gonna maybe be too dark, is it? Yeah, let's go back to this. That might be somewhere in between. It is somewhere in between. That was just too dark. Let me try this again. That looked surprisingly light there. Yeah, I'm just imagining like almost like a 1950s style ad or something like that with the crazy smiling face person, and they're holding the product and it's kind of at a weird angle, and it just and it just says paint with a big exclamation point like you got there. And it's just some real generic looking artist or something like that with the stupid beret or whatever. And that's his line of paint. It's just called paint. Lighter here. Oh yeah, here let's. Some of these panels kind of lost some of they're a little bit rounded and weird looking. We'll get some of these fixed up here. I mean, it makes sense. Can't right recoil. I mean, what else would you need? You just need paint. That's our special brand. It's just called paint. I don't know. Maybe that's getting no, it's getting to be a little too late. I'm gonna reverse course here. Drop that down to something that is again more of a mid-tone right there. And here, yep. We're just going to have to stick our finger there so that we have a little bit of support for creating that little edge right there. Now, if I have to, I'll just do this, bring that back. Yes, it's the one thing that does what the label says, right? Recoil. That's its claim to fame. It does what the label says. Now we okay. That's getting to be a little too light there. Some of our Van Dyke Brown stuff got over the edge on that, I think. Now let me stroll on over here to our fabulous phthalo gray purple shade. Still too light, so we will chuck a little bit of Mars black in that. This is another one here. That can't just be that solid dark right there. Hey there, Zhang. How you doing? Great to see you. So again, back to our little homemade purple gray shade there. Now, what we're all kidding aside here, so where's that? The Paul Rubens we've been using. There it is. So it's basically this mixed with our. So there's our phthalo gray purple shade. Oh, yeah, violet blue. There we go. Or what is does it sound fancier? Violet shade. Yeah, okay. So phthalo gray violet shade. Maybe it sounds fancier that way, doesn't it, Camda? I think it makes it sound more elitist. That's what we need. Now, where's my no. Okay, Mars Black. Here, let's conjure this up again because we need to separate a couple more of these here. Okay, whatever these are, I don't know if they're again some kind of supply containers or something. I don't know what those are meant to be. So yes, again, Zhang, it's just like our. Well, let's see, where is it here? Ah, here we go. Yes. So this is our line of specialty brushes. This brush literally took years to make. It has many special features. You'll notice the texture paste, the tile grout. That's actually green stuff. That's actually green stuff stuck there. Here's some more super glue and tile grout back there. And again, it's got the beveled edge here. So a brush like this, you would expect to pay at least, I don't know, $350 for, maybe recoil. But we do have a special sale on the site. You get two of them for $800, and again, it's only available until 2027. So yeah, good. Do it now before you lose out. Again, that is a one-of-a-kind custom brush. You can only get one of those. Now you say, oh, wait, how do you have a two for sale? Well, like I said, you might have to wait a while for the second one. There's a waiting list, right, Camda? Now, Some folks might say that's just a 20-cent craft brush with a whole bunch of glue and texture paste and other things stuck in it. We say, no, 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 that is specially custom modified over the course of years. I mean, you don't just get those. Those have to be created painstakingly. Recoil, do we need to create a line of brushes called the Omni brush, which is just that one brush? It's a brush that's so significant, recoil, it's just a line of one brush. Now, of course, Camda comes up with another fantastic point. See what I did there? On a serious level, sometimes with these 18 zeros, they do actually need a little bit of breaking in. Sometimes they're better after, say, hour 10 of usage than they are like right out of the box. Which means that Camda is very much correct there, that having a brush that has got that pre-broken in stage, that makes it even more exclusive. And most definitely there is one brush to rule them, and in the paint bind them together. There is such a thing. It is usually worshipped here. There it is. There's the one true brush. It is worshipped here in Wapelville. Now I'm going to try to here. I think we tried to establish a couple of panel. That's it. Let's go back. Well, first we'll do this. We're going to do something like that. Now we're going to come back with our darker stuff here. And we're going to establish a couple of panel lines now. There. Also here. Another one there. Poof. More of that darker line up there. No, I'm going to leave that alone. This, though, I am going to... Oh, yeah, it's like that bit there. Okay, and then we're also going to redo... Come on, that line back there. So we're, what, 4.5 hours in? 4 hours, 38 minutes in. And again, there was no paint on the base. There was no paint on the ship. And this ship, by the way, is, again, it's a free file on Thingiverse. As we've said several times, these aren't the easiest ships to print out. There are no supports on them. They're all one piece. I mean, in theory, you could, go into your slicer or whatever and break these down into multiple pieces if you wanted to print them, say, bigger. But they're all one piece. And he also has a whole collection of Babylon 5 ships, which are essentially impossible to print out, right, Camda? Yes, it's almost like we just took paint oleum and just sprayed it on here, right, Camda? Well, Camden, they do make resin and also FDM spools that are like really hyper tough materials, right? And again, thank you so much, Farmer Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page where we just did post the latest tutorial video. That one focused on true metallic metals and object source lighting. And Necrons were involved, as I said earlier. Because, yes, we do 40k stuff on the Patreon page. We also do fantasy stuff on the Patreon page. We do Battlefleet Gothic. We have a Battlefleet Gothic army painting series going on right now. And it shows how to paint bases just like this. And I think we are on I think we're just about to hit episode 4, right? And I think we did episode 3. Let me thin. Oops, not that much. I was way too much thinner. Let's make sure we don't have too much otherwise. Because again, pinline washes are not just dark colors. Pinline wash can be any color. It can be white if you wanted. It has not. It's not exclusive like our brushes. Or apparently our paint. It's just it's a whole host. It's a whole host of art supplies that you cannot purchase. It's the art store where you can't buy anything in the store. Have we got? This probably shouldn't have cut right across that. Oops. We'll come back and lighten that up. Here, let me get some of our not radiant violet over here. And that's another thing. It looks a little ragged there. We're gonna clean you up a little. Take away that last little part of that brush stroke. This maybe also a little more mid-tone in it right there. Now here's another thing here. Let me see if I can. There we go. That was another weird little hard edge right there. Didn't need to be there. Okay, we got rid of that one too. That's good. Back to our latest stuff here. Now these guys here, we're probably gonna have to. Oh, that's a panel line we painted on there. Okay. All right, good to know. Here's another thing we need to either clean that baby up there, or just get rid of it altogether. Just another one. We'll just make that lighter. See what happens. Now I have to come back with my darker stuff. We clean that one up again, and then restore that. Now let's do some of these little. Back to the Mars Black. Because we did do, yeah, we did do some of that over here. Now, some of these things, there was actually a weird kind of shift in the print there, I think. I don't think that's, well, I'm not sure if that's sculpted. Nah, that can't be sculpted in. No, just some kind of weird shift, I guess, while it was printing. That is another edge. It's a little wonky. And then here, I will get some more of our turquoise color. Turquoise here, just like all of our other little object source landings. Ah, maybe some of that here too. Yeah, okay. A little bit lighter there. Working more. Let's get a little too strong there. Gotta be careful. I think the more tint this has to it, though, the more it's going to encourage folks to think that that's kind of a, yeah, see, it's a bit more of a glowing green there, I think. Back to this turquoise here. Just kind of breaking it down with some thinner. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Boy, Camda, think of how many videos already. I mean, aside from the three videos where it was all about the Paul Rubens paints and trying them out, think of how many videos those are in between Army Painting series, you know, the busts, and then even the all of those, was it the Road to Adepticon type videos, right? The Road to Resin Beast. Thanks, Camda. I forget. I think it was maybe 2022 or 2023 where Armored Wolf and I, we just completely lost track of how many hours that it might actually be of painting videos. I believe you would need, if you were just going to take like the actual recorded videos and try to have those on a hard drive somewhere, you might need, I would say, at least a 4 to 6 terabyte hard drive. Yeah, those used to all fit on something like a 100 and, was it like a 264 gig stick or memory stick or something. Man, I know for sure they wouldn't fit on a 2 terabyte hard drive. That's how many videos there are. I'm trying to sneak in if I can. Again, a little bit of the turquoise on the inside of that. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Let me get a little gratuitous turquoise over there just for funsies. It also, oh yeah, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right, Camden? Look at that. Yeah. Now let me try to take some of that same color and down there. Just, you know what? I'm gonna take, not you. Where's the one I've got in my, maybe this one here, or this guy. So we're gonna take again some of our turquoise color here. Quickie little dry brush in just a few places here. Not much. A little something there. So when you figure 20 hours of new videos every month for, I think now it's almost getting to be kind of close to 10 years. I easily a good 7 years of 20 hours of videos every month. Even if it was just 5, right, Camda? That would be 60 times 20. Not good at math, but that sounds like a lot. That's just the last 5 years. Actually, I just had to crack open a 4 terabyte hard drive. Actually, it was copying. Huge surprise, Camda. It was backing up another set of painting of our painting videos, and that will most likely be full by the end of the week. So I'm gonna have to probably get another one of those. Actually, a few more of those. There's more of this now. And that doesn't count all of the STL files, right? Let me hit this too. Almost, that we just kind of wiped out a panel line there. Fine. Just take it out the rest of the way. So we're just about, oh geez, we're almost at 5 hours in. Oh, that's no wonder because it's 4:30 in the morning. No wonder. That would be why I'm also a little bit on the hungry side there. Also, kind of, well, okay, that's, we still have the Aztecing portion of it there. We don't have the panel line so much anymore, but we still have the Aztecing portion. So that'll be, oh, that's fine. No. Let's back off of that. Let's get to this. And that's going to go there. We sort of did that on the other side already, so we're good there. Hey there, Lord Dave. So great to see you there, Lord Dave. Actually, Lord Dave, I think oh no, I think I got to send you pictures, the latest terrain pictures. So I was getting some spray paint on that Imperial, well, basically my Dol Amroth barracks there. I'll have to send you pictures of those, Lord Dave. Lord Dave, why don't you share some of the fabulous stuff that you've been doing? And again, of course, congratulations on the ReaperCon stuff. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Actually, Recoil, that's perfect because you know what we need to get. We've been talking about resin. Yeah, that literally is a bottle of resin there. Thanks, Recoil. Well then maybe we can get back to printing our BSG ships. So much appreciated there, Recoil. So Lord Dave, and again, oh the Wapelius and the Cathy figures looking great there, Lord Dave. I hope that all is kind of getting faster and faster and easier. And thanks again, Recoil. That is a massive help. Cause yeah, I was really surprised. I went to like, oh okay, I have a couple of jars here. Well, no, those were all empty. I learned the hard way to keep even the empty jars around because if there is some kind of massive misprint and you have to dump out the vat, well, what are you going to dump the vat into, right? Recoil. So I kind of got in the habit of keeping basically, if need be, an empty jar around. Because there's times where I've had to fish that empty jar out of the garbage because it's like, oh wow, yeah, I have to dump out this vat because there was some kind of an error or whatever, and it's like, yeah, maybe I should have hung on to that. Maybe I need to find some kind of a sticker system there, Recoil, to indicate that maybe it's just empty. Maybe I put a big red mark on it or something like that. Because I pulled out the first one and I went, oh, well, the second one couldn't possibly also be empty. Oh, it was. So that's why those printers are not humming right now. Lord Dave, it's kind of when I think of when I first was using the oil paints and how I use those things now, it's insanely different. I mean, even well, gee whiz, recoil, wouldn't you say? Just even in the last oh, year and a half, no, well, let's say let's say year and a half, because that's when we started doing the whole the non-pre-glaze. Yeah, yeah, Lord Dave, that was one of the big changes, the non-pre-glaze stuff. Because I think one of the reasons I'm more aware of it is because I'm trying to redo all of the old Twitch sessions and get them up on YouTube and stuff. Well, there's been several questions. People are saying, "Well, wait a minute, this looks really different than what you do now." I'm like, "Oh yeah, you bet it is." I mean, it's not like we don't still do that. So again, Lord Dave, if you want to share anything, please go ahead. Oh, the other thing I forgot to do, recoil, because you already did yours, right? You already turned your character into a miniature, didn't you? Yeah, I have not. I haven't done that for Graygar. Gotta remember to do that. Well, Lord Dave, I know we talk about it all the time, kind of in a humorous way, a little bit, but it really is a difference, right, Lord Dave? I mean, yes, again, we have some fun with it, but there's a difference. No doubt about it. Now, I'll be curious to see, how that's going to look there. I'll have to look and see. I don't think they have any like pre-made kind of carrot, like like a generic wizard or something like that. We'll probably have to go in there and tailor the clothes on them and all that stuff. I think recoil. So everybody check out that ReaperCon link there. That's the MSP Open. It's got a whole bunch of pictures of a lot of fabulous entries, including Lord Dave. Now, Lord Dave, if you want to share, well, I know you got all of your. Actually, Lord Dave, it's probably going to be difficult to arrange any games of Song of Ice and Fire. I guess over the next few, well, certainly the next month, or B and P, right? Recoil, or sorry, right, Lord Dave. Hopefully, you can still maybe get the folks together to do something like that. That would probably be a welcome distraction. Yeah, Rico, that should be very interesting. I now that's the other reason why I need the resin there, because it's like, okay, I can't print out any more of the Eldritch Foundry figs either, till we get ourselves some more of that. Thalo and this together, a little tinting of, say, that, maybe something there. Little bit of our Turk there too. Oh, no problem, Lord Dave. And of course, thanks for getting those. And yeah, we'll try to make some more Kathy figures as well. We're also gonna welcome in Commander Mittens. Hey there, Mittens. How you doing? Everybody, please give Commander Mittens a follow. So, Mittens, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, looky here, Mittens. It's another one of our Battlestar Galactica ship. Nice to see you again, Legends. Now, I think you've seen our original Galactica. Look at how much bigger this thing is. So, this is the Kobol class assault ship. And there's your original BSG, and it's a monster. That's for sure. Nice to see you again, Spotty. Uh, Bigger also than our Ranger class battleship. Oops, even bigger. And now where's our Battlestar? This is not Battlestar Titan. This is Battlestar Hades. That's part of the Ghost Fleet. It's again even bigger than that. Certainly a lot beefier right there. I was wondering, Commander Mittens, gee whiz, that sounds really bizarre. I mean, what the heck could you be doing aside from painting miniatures, right, Mittens? Gee whiz. So again, our last couple of streams here, check these out. Lord Dave, these were fun. We are going to put snow effects on these, and then all kinds of blood effects and such. These are from Corvus Belli, from the I guess redone War Crow game. So some Warg riders there, and then Mittens here is the new. Yes, he is brand new Wapelius Spellbrush. Look at that. We made him on Eldritch Foundry. And again, everybody please give Commander Mittens a follow. So Mittens, why don't you share? Why don't you share your stuff in the chat? So there he is. There is Wapelius Spellbrush made again on Eldritch Foundry. Well, Revlis, actually, I just saw the Bovington Tank Museum just did it. It was T1 versus T2, and even the Germans said, "Oh my gosh, this is insane. There's one screw that's kind of making a noise. We have to take off 9 wheels to get to that one wheel." That's perfectly fine when you're about 200 miles maybe behind the front lines. Not so much otherwise, right, Revlis? So here again. Now this is something again. This is gonna be our new I'll be back screen, and it's the old Wapelia, well, the second Wapelia Spellbrush figure. There he is moving around. So yeah, this was the second Wapelia Spellbrush figure right here. That was the second one, the original, and you can see him up in the corner right there. That is this one. This is by Artisan Guild. That's the first Wapelia Spellbrush. Oh, and our new one has CAD. Yeah, Lord Dave. The new one has CAD. Yeah, that's got to be crazy there, Revlis. Everybody, check out that Instagram link and check. That's some Dark Elves or Sir Dark Elder, right, Commander Mittens? So again, thank you so much for the raid there. And let's see, 5 hours, 6 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was literally the same color, this kind of like dark, I don't know, it's like a Payne's gray color right there. We painted the spacescape there, and then we got this thing on here, and we've been painting this ever since. Again, there was no paint on any of this. All of these panel lines here and all this Aztecing, that's not on there. That's not sculpted on. That's all painted on. Because why not, right? Yeah, why not? So again, Mittens, thank you so much for the raid, and again, sorry about the whole. I don't know. Again, we're just painting miniatures, right, Commander? Oh, I guess. Well, you weren't painting Kingdom Death, were you? I don't think so. I can't imagine Dark Eldar drawing any kind of fierce penalties there from the Twitches either. So yeah, Lord Dave, I'll try to get you a copy of the new Apelius Spellbrush. Again, he's at first I didn't know how to do the familiars. I've got two versions of him. There's one where he's on his shoulder. There's one where he's on his, no, three. There's one where he's on his arm. And then I'm going to do another one where he's on the base. And then there's also like a gargoyle type one there. So, okay. So did the black helicopters land on your house or something there, Commander Mittens? No, purple helicopters. Sorry. I'll see you later there, Camda. I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow. Well, later today. It's already tomorrow. So glad that you're back there. Yeah, I'm just visualizing purple helicopters landing on your house there, Mittens. So again, we've gotten a little bit of our turquoise now expanded out beyond just the glowy parts there. Yeah, that's that. I've told people several times, Mittens. I said that's all that it takes. Right, that is all that it takes. So sorry that happened, but glad that you're back. I mean, obviously it wasn't going to take away from your painting projects because you're just painting away no matter what. And everybody, again, please check out that link that Commander Mittens shared. Fabulous painted miniatures. What are we doing here? A little bit of that turquoise there too. Maybe a little more there. You know what? Fine, I'll put some. Oops, that was a little too much thinner in that, because that's kind of removing some paint there. We don't really want that. That's not ideal. There. Now again, next Monday we're gonna go back to our 1/1800 scale ships because we have a whole bunch prepped. I've got at least two, I think, that are completely prepped and ready to go. Also, at some point I have a whole bunch of these Shatterpoint figs. We gotta get some of those going because well, I suppose we could paint one of them on Saturday for a return to Shatterdays. Here's a no. Let's get a little bit of that. Here's another one of these edges here. We're going to sharpen up again. Take the paint off of there. Now it becomes a blending brush. Lord Dave, I think it's definitely going to work well on them. Are they kind of about like oh gosh, what were they called? The Savage Giants from Song of Ice and Fire, Lord Dave? Uh, because I'm pretty sure I did at least a couple of those in the oil paints, right, Lord Dave? The old free folk Savage Giants. I'm pretty sure that's what they were called. Well, that's going to be fabulous. Let me try something here. That's about a mid-tone. A little dark. Let me try this. This is not about, we're not trying to do like a light and dark thing here. We're just trying to bring back, see, there's a couple of the edges that, a little soft there. Trying to sharpen up these edges a bit. Not with a line, but with a shape. And also you can see we have a kind of a dark to light thing going on. Oh, geez, those not Free Folk, with the Golden Company, I think, is that it, Lord Dave? I think so. There we go. Sharper edge on that. Now, these guys will need a similar thing, except that is a little too dark. We'll go in the other direction. Like you do here. Oh, geez, I don't remember seeing Free Folk Oliphants there, Lord Dave. Well, I couldn't tell you when's the last time I actually got some Song of Ice and Fire stuff. I think I wonder, I know, I think it was like the Mountain Men or the Mountains Men or something. I know I did those in oils. I did actually an army painting series on them. But I was thinking that might have been Free Folk was the first ones. Oh, those Thane guys or something. The Free Folk guys with the big shields. That was some of the first stuff I did on stream with the oils, I think. Oh, mammoths. Okay. Actually, Lord Dave, hopefully Song of Ice and Fire is still okay, even despite all the weirdness with Cool Mini. I think we might have speculated on that before, right, Lord Dave? Thens, that's what they were. But gee whiz, it's been many moons. since any Song Ice and Fire stuff has come this way. I have some stuff that I've prepped. We will be doing some of that on stream again, no doubt. Now they still fit on that same rectangular base, right? So there's no. Let me see. There's the one square for like individual monsters, the wolves, that sort of thing. Then you got the unit squares, cavalry and infantry, and then there's the elongated rectangle that they use for war machines and for things like elephants. Or is there any like a larger or different size base now? Or movement tray, I should say. Not base, but movement tray. So again, Commander Mittens, appreciate the raid. And again, you got to head off and do stuff. I'm sure you got post-stream stuff that you want to do. You know what? I'm just going to make that just lighter there. It's easier. I would imagine, actually, I think for whatever reason, Lord Dave, in my feeds, I think I've been seeing new units or something like that. Oh yeah, I've got some of the I have some of the lion chariots, and then I think I got the wolf chariots, Lord Dave. I think those are free folk, those wolf chariots. 'Cause it's been, oh, okay. It's been a while, but we do have somewhere around here. We've got our, where are they at? There. Our Starfall. There we go. Yeah. So that's some of the Song of Ice and Fire stuff that we've done back in the Martells. That's right. Yeah, that's the Martells. Yeah, I'm counting on the oils with stuff like that, Lord Dave, because well, then we can actually like reach some of those areas. Like, oh, I don't know, where's a chariot here? Yeah, as that was the only way to get at some of these parts was with the oils. That's for sure. And again, that was one of our 3D printed chariots from Highland Miniatures. The other ones we did were from Titan Forge. Come on, there we go. All right, now a blending brush. Take this. We shall smooth that out. Now recoil. I'm pretty sure. Well, it's 5 o'clock in the morning here, so it's got to be about time for vittles there. I'm sure that Squeak and Mum are eagerly awaiting something fabulous coming out of the air fryer there. So recoil. The next door neighbors, they've got a Ninja, but it's 2 stories. Mine's just one. I think it's not that much shorter than theirs, but it's only got one tray. Yeah, theirs has 2 trays. I'm like, wait a minute. How come yours has 2 trays? Mine's only got one. I would imagine that yours is of the 2 tray variety also. But they don't use theirs very often. And they didn't even realize you could chuck like whole chickens in there either, recoil. Wow, I'm going to be using the air fryer, well, later today. We're going to be making pork tenderloin taters and probably some other things too. Maybe even some garbanzo beans. Now, I know you can take them taters and boil them and mash them and all the other kind of stuff, but you can also pop those babies in the air fryer. We're not sticking them in a stew just yet. Oh, taters. Not interested in taters. Catnip. Yeah, I want me some of that catnip. Otherwise, there's going to be problems. That's that thing. We have our other golem somewhere. I don't know where he is. He's hiding somewhere, but there's what was he? What was the cat golem? I forget what the kitty golem's name was. Recoil. I was not aware that such a magical device exists. Because we tried getting an ice cream maker. That thing just never really worked well, and the ice cream that came out of it was not necessarily fabulous. Now, should you be unjustly, or you're supposed to be unjustly adjusted by this guy right here? That is the autocorrect monster. He is one of the most feared and hated characters on the stream, but should he do that, you can use your channel points to expose him to the light of day. There you go. So yes, should the autocorrect monster do that to you, well, you can have vengeance on him. Let me get this. Here we go. Got the dark in there. What about? Okay, let me try this. Got to do it on this side too. Somehow we lost both of those edges. We also lost these. No, we lost that. Nah, let's try this. Now this one, almost like a shadow here, like the there we go. Okay, because that wasn't looking terribly light. I'm like, that should be light. Well, if we add some dark to it, then it gets lighter. Thanks, Recoil. I figured being a soft serve machine, it's got to be. Is it going to cost one of these, Recoil? It might cost like one of those. The Omni Brush. Yes, it's the Omni Brush. We sell only Omni Project products here. Omni Brushes, Omni Paints, and that's appropriate for the Omni channel. Yes, Omni Brushes, Omni Paints for the Omni channel. Let me bring in some of this here. And of course, you can thank Recoil for bringing the autocorrect monster to justice, because it was Recoil that found out what the autocorrect monster looked like and was able to secure that image. Okay, so it's about 550 there. I'm gonna say about maybe 320 R's Recoil, maybe 345. Oh boy, I gotta scroll back a long ways. Oh my goodness. So that 11 years ago, 11 years ago, there was this army right here. Yep, that was the, oh gosh, what were they? Oh, they were the Sisters of the, actually, they were the Sisters of the Raven, yeah. All of those are converted vehicles. All of the miniatures are converted. There's some more. There's some Victoria miniatures in there. There's actually some old Void miniatures in there. That was oh gosh, I can't remember their name anymore. So that's an exorcist tank that was made out of plastic card, polystyrene tubing, Icor. That's it. Icor was the name of that company. So again, that was super fun making all these. Oh, wait a minute! Look at this. You can see just how big that cathedral is. That was like 3.5 feet tall. Yeah, that's made of, and those are stained glass windows. There are 40 of them. We found a special way to print those out on these translucent sheets. Oh, look, there's an interior also. Because that stuff that's on the out, you can see there's figures on the outside and on the inside. So basically, the Imperial Guard guys were on the outside of the church, and the sisters themselves on the inside. You can see that there's objective markers there. So those statues, those are actually objective markers, and there's 6 of those. Again, there's 40 stained glass windows. There's about 5 pounds worth of batteries in the ceiling. Now look at this. We did an army painting series. This is done in oils. These are the new Sisters of Battle. And we will be doing some more of those because we've got, well, more Sisters of Battle from that starter set. But there you go. And you can see that the bases with the fire, with the marble, with the freehand. They had the blue woad on their faces and such. So there, look at that. See more of the again, the Sisters of the Raven. Boy, it's been a while since I've seen these. And again, we did paint some of those on stream as well. So we are talking. That was my tournament army from 2014 at Adepticon. 2014 Adepticon. Sometimes that seems like 80 years ago, and sometimes that seems like it should only be 5 or 6 years ago. Sometimes it seems like 100 years ago. We just call it the before times, right, Lord Dave? Now, so what we're taking here, we got our vast mat white. We got some of the floral green. We're mixing it. We're trying to break it down here because that floral green, I keep forgetting. We gotta have a little bit of thinner. Look at, see all that chunky. There. Now you can see it's all chunky stuff on the brush. But Lord Dave, I was just really glad that I could do the Reaper Con, and it just it worked out really well. And well, I think the timeline for all of this, well, unless they suddenly change the dates of ReaperCon, right, Lord Dave? Things should be looking pretty solid for next year. So hopefully, you're looking. I guess I was just wondering what kind of. I know we were talking about like MSP open things for next year. What kind of ideas? Yeah, I think Lord Dave just kind of be focusing in on what sort of fun things you could have at the MSP next year. Because December, right? That was when that. Yeah, if that's the case. Oh, and I'll definitely I'll try and get you some links, or either link or at least some screenshots or whatever of that anodyne device. But you might get kind of hooked on it, Lord Dave. I mean, just for chilling out. You might get, because my sister is she's still using that for just kind of for relaxing and that sort of stuff too. 'Cause, oh yeah, if I was ever in her, if I was in her house or something like that, I might be. They're just sitting around. I might be inclined to just grab them things for myself. So again, they're trying to reflect a little bit. See a little bit of our turquoise over there. Ah, boy, that is most definitely the case, right, Lord Dave? It really always is. because the person with the score sheet in their hand is always going to be different, right, Lord Dave? They're always going to be looking for something different. No sense in just chasing that. Now here we got to get. You know what? We got too much of the dark blue, so we're going to change a little bit of that here. Look at this. We got this very handy sky blue that is going to go there. Also, come on over here. Take away a little bit of that. There we are. All right. Now I wonder, do we go lighter on this? Let me see what happens. Me. Blending brush. That's all kind of frazzled right there. We're going to defrazzle that. Yeah, let's defrazzle that. I will. Okay, we're using this, I think, as a blending brush. Okay, so that is a little bit. Now let's get this brush. I will take this dark. Okay. Now recoil. Geez, I'm just kind of curious how something like that works. The soft serve ice cream machine, because does it just? I don't think it operates on a big pile of salt like it seemed like the old ice cream maker did. Oop, careful, careful, careful. Way too much. Oh, here we go. There's our new Van Dyke Brown. Or no, no, no. That's our new super duper uh, burnt umber. Yeah, Puro Orange and Mars Black. Puro Orange Mars Black. Wow, look at that. That is one intense brownish color right there. Man, look at that. That is not kidding around there at all. Where's more of my Mars Black here? Okay. Now remember, this thing is just so huge and so beefy. We had to basically draw a massive hole into this thing to make sure it's going to be stable. Okay, that's I'm super intrigued there, recoil for sure. I mean, this is a cuisine channel. Well, it's the Omni channel. I keep forgetting recoil. This is the Omni channel. This is indeed the Omni channel. It covers absolutely everything. I need the, let's take some of that out too. Lid, yeah, that's another thing we just need to take away there. So we're using this as a micro blending brush right here. Just kind of cleaning some of these guys up here. Oh, ooh. Okay, we must have some thinner or something on the brusher. Better get rid of that. So get rid of that. Now, there we go. It's like, where'd that thinner come from? Taking our blending brush to all of these surfaces. Usually after, say, hour 3, that's when we do a little something we call brushstroke maintenance. And that's where we kind of go through and we see. Now, if you see something where it looks like there's a brushstroke, typically what that means is there's maybe too much paint in that area, or it's just uneven. We're not actually blending a color. For all intents and purposes, we're just removing the excess paint, and what that does is that tends to kind of soften things up, and it looks like it's been all blended. What really all it is we just kind of got rid of the extra paint that was sitting there. And again, our oil paints here that we're using a whole variety of paints. We got the Winsor Newton, and we got the Gamblin, we got the Paul Rubens, we got the Williamsburg, and these are just traditional oil paints right out of the tube. Thinner, and there's not much of. We literally just use a water bottle cap of thinner, and that's going to be this stuff right here. Odorless, high quality. If you're in the U.S., the Mona Lisa Speedball brand is very good there. That is sounding mighty yummy there, Rico. Oof, that is sounding fantastic. To clean the brushes, again, we're not using thinner to clean the brushes. We use cleaner to clean the brushes. And look at this, it's for dried acrylics too. It's not hazardous and no vapors. And again, we're just using something like this. Got a little water bottle cap. That's it. He is. I guess he wants some soft serve ice cream there. Recoil. Yeah, that's it. He's. He will not stop until he is given soft serve. Who would have thought that a guy with teeth like this would need soft serve ice cream, right? Recoil. Yeah, you would not think that the autocorrect monster with those kind of chompers would need. Well, I guess if you spend your time chomping on plastic keys all the time, right? Recoil. That might give you a little bit of a toothache after a while. So yeah, maybe that's why he wants soft serve ice cream. Now I'm starting to. Oh yeah, mint melt away ice cream. That's it. I wonder how easy it is to establish yourself some different flavors of soft serve ice cream. So once again, like see over here, I can see there's some raggedness to this. We just let's make sure we have no paint or thinner on there, and then we just all we're doing is just kind of going right over that. And again, in these areas here where what about this stuff down there? I might let me. What is that? Okay, let's lighten these up a bit. Let me get this brush here. We still do have some of our fast matte white over here. It looks like. Ooh, that's too much thinner. That's just going to sink right down into these recesses if there's too much. Almost forgot these guys. Now these are a little bit. They got a little bit tweaked by the support nubs. Because the only way to print this ship is basically like this. Now when I print my 1/1800 scale ships, they're usually, well, I think they're usually tipped over on their starboard side. Oh, geez. Yeah, Lord Dave, when is the last time you got a chance to play BNP? I don't remember. It was a little while ago. Definitely pre-ReaperCon. there's definitely some little support nubs on these right here. They were impossible to take off without just like ripping apart entire parts of the ship. So we're just gonna let those on there. Thanks, Armored Wolf. Actually, let's okay. That's not too long ago. Because I think you posted the Blood and Plunder Facebook page, right, Lord Dave? I think that's where you've been posting pictures of the games and such. Oh, geez, Lord Dave, I'll have to send you. I haven't printed it out, but there's kind of like a Pirate Fortress 3D printable one there, Lord Dave. Oh, that's right. That was the last. I was gonna say. I think that's the last time you played. That was around the time of all the floods and Dragon or sorry, Gen Con and such. Hmm. Not too much on that edge, gotta be careful there. So this is one big bad honking ship right here. Where's that blending brush? Well, we'll use this. We'll use this. So we just take that and we're gonna pull it back a little, and it is just. Now, yeah, this is a longer ship, but it's kind of look at the size of the two of them, and then we can see there just how massive this baby is. Fairly certain this base is it's either I think it's 100 millimeters around. So far, all of our Galactica ships have all gone on bases, all this size base. There are some that I did print out smaller than this, and those could probably go on, say, like a regular Battlefleet Gothic 60 mil or something. Hmm. All right. Let's try it here again, looking for something sharper along this edge till we get back there by the scorch markings on the back of the cowling here. Come on, there we go. Now, so I think that's maybe when we had the Mittens raid. That's right. I'm like, wait a minute, why did we do the later stuff over here, but not on the other side? That's because I think that's when Mittens raided. And we want to say thanks to Commander Mittens for doing that raid. We also want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers too. We had a bunch of those. Actually, had several raids. I know that Darling Crepe Show and Bearded Celt also did the raid thing. And Zhang, yep, Zhang also did the raid thing. So we appreciate all of those. We also appreciate Armored Wolf doing the moderations. Because Armored Wolf has been trying to, as they would say, play hurt there. Thanks, Zhang. Appreciate that. So there we go. Now, our next stream actually is going to involve our, well, as we call them now, multiscapes. Multiscapes. So yes, we're going to be doing more of these. Where we take one 11 by 14 painting, we chop it into four 5 by 7s like this, and then we do all kinds of extra effects there. Oh, geez, I appreciate you being here, Zhang. Sorry that I got to jump off, because, well, now it's 5:23 in the morning. Yes, indeed. And, well, we've been doing this almost 6 hours, so thanks again, and appreciate you being here, Zhang. Thank you so much, and thanks again for the raid. And I'll shoot you a message in a little bit there, Lord Dave. And of course, Recoil, thank you so much for being here. And on the Omni channel here, where we basically do everything, right? Where we do it all. So thanks again, everybody. I'm gonna think we'll head on over to Brush Master here. I think he's painting more of his Blood Bowl orcs and such. So again, one more look see here. Oh, and thanks, Camda. And see you in a bit there, Lord Dave. And thanks again, Recoil. Zhang, anytime you want to just shoot me an Insta message with pictures of your stuff that you're working on, that would be super cool, actually, to see. Yeah, I'd really love it, whether it's bricks or whatever. Thank you so much.